Good morning. Uh, yes, it's time for British fiction now. Last week we had one class on British fiction. So hope you all of you have the textbook with you right now. Please have the textbook, okay? It will be easy for you to follow and you will also have an idea what we are doing. Okay. So during the last class, we just had an overview of what this fiction is, British fiction is. And you all know that we are right now in this course or in this paper called British fiction, are looking at some of the novels written in Britain by British writers during the various centuries, starting from the 18th century. Okay, so that is what this book is discussing about the novels. So we all know when this novel writing got started as a genre. Okay, so during the Shakespearean era and the period that followed later, Augustan period, and during the periods of Pope, Dryden, etc., and all, we saw only poetry, epic, satires, all these things were flourishing. All these genres were flourishing. But novel as a form, as such, novel as a literary form, got started with Henry Fielding. So we can also call Henry Fielding as the father of novel. Okay, so our text started with the novel Tom Jones by Fielding, and we started reading the 18th century. So we understood that 18th century was also called, that is a period from 1707. Henry Fielding's period was from 1707 to 1754. So we saw that this period was called as Augustan Age, the Age of Enlightenment, because science started to show its head in the writings also. So we can see that this was an age of reason where intellectualities were dominating. So the intellectual and cultural movements emphasized on reason. They were not ready to believe superstitious things. And we could see that science was a dominating faith. So blind faith was rejected. For everything, science was sought. So science was emerging during that period. And Henry Fielding was, see, this book started with realistic portrayal of actions. So we can call that Henry Fielding's novels were realistic. Even we had a glimpse at David Copperfield by Dickens. So these novels were interested in realistic portrayal of the events. Episodic arrangements were there. The story was told to us in the form of episodes. So social concerns were reflected in all his novels, Henry Fielding's novels. Dickens was worried about child labor, which he has portrayed in the novel. Okay, so we had the chronicling of 18th century English social history in the novels of Fieldings and Dickens, and they were also readily portraying the then social evils of the era. So, what is this realistic novel? Realistic novel, something which presents the external events. For example, it does not go deeper into the minds of the characters. Although we have glimpses of getting to read the minds of the characters here and there, the full novel, the entire novel, does not concentrate on reading the inner thought processes of the characters. These novels were not concentrating on the psychological aspects of the characters. That is what I'm trying to hint upon. Okay, a realistic portrayal in the sense the physical events were described, where the character was going, what it was doing, what was the central character's relationship with other characters. That is why we saw Henry Fielding's novels had more than 20 characters. Okay, Whereas if you come to the modern period, that is, if you have a peep into the psychological novels, you will not have much characters. One character will be given the utmost importance, where the psyche or the inner thought processes of the character will be concentrated upon. Whereas here you don't have like that. Okay, you have one character, the central character around whom everything is built upon. You have Tom Jones. We see the growth of Tom Jones. We see right from his birth. Okay, right from his birth till the end of his marriage, and we also see a kind of evolution. There is some kind of growth, some kind of maturity. He evolves from being a carefree individual, not evil exactly, but indulging in small crimes here and there. We see him evolving into a perfect human being, or at least, into a good character. The evolution is there from being a bad character into a good character, with the time, teaching him lessons to be honest and other things. So we see that the moral aspects are upheld in these characters. Same goes with the second novel that is prescribed for us, which is Dickens's David Copperfield. So here again you have so many characters just like Henry Fielding. So starting with the main character David Copperfield, then you have David Copperfield's mother Clara Copperfield, who deserts him by having a second marriage. So you know the story of David Copperfield. So how in all these novels, from the exam point of view, you will be asked to just analyze the novels from the perspectives of various aspects, like treat this novel as a realistic novel or as a psychological novel. For example, how you can analyze David Copperfield as a novel of growth from innocence into maturity. So, what are the experiences of David Copperfield right from his childhood? So, if we take the experience of David Copperfield, we can divide his life into three phases. What was the role that parents had in his life, or the parent figures, okay, the elderly people in his life, and then how his schooling was, what was his, who were his first friends, and what were their effect on his life, and then the schooling, and finally the marriage. So we see that the themes of innocence and happiness, the themes of innocence and happiness in David Copperfield. Okay. See, I'll give you my number, and then I will also share the important questions. No problem. We'll be meeting for five classes. Okay. So I'll give my number and you can take it down, and then I can share the important questions, and also you can ask for further clarifications also. Okay. So don't worry about that. Now coming to the Victorian age, okay. So the first two novels were novels that were written during the 18th century. That is this Tom Jones and David Copperfield, and you can see all these novels that are most of the novels that are given for us for study have eponymous characters. What do you mean by eponymous characters? Nymous, eponymous characters. The central character's name will appear on the title, will appear as the title of the novel. Okay. So now the first two novels were written during the 18th century. Now we come to the Victorian age. So Victorian age is also an age of prosperity, peace, progress, because we can see that this age gave importance to the middle classes. Okay. So there was a gradual rise in the middle classes. So this age had this material prosperity. Of course, there were the rich class, the aristocracy, then you have the middle class, and then the upper middle class, lower middle class, etc., etc. So we can see that this age is the age of science. Triumph of science was there. Intellectual development was seen, and there were huge reforms at the political front and the social front. So science and intellect altered the manners and ideas of the people as well. And we see that man seemed to have appeared or conquered nature itself. So iron and steel also, the industrial revolution. So this is a very important period. which led to the industrial revolution and scientific advancement, and material prosperity was seen. So you have the two parties, political parties, Whigs and Tories. Okay, so Whigs surrendered the aristocratic citadel to the middle class, and middle class was flourishing enormously. So they took us, the middle class people took us center stage in all the fields, and the non-conformists, that is the Protestant Christians, so they the non-conformists were not very happy about the rise of the middle class. So we also have the Glorious Revolution, the Reform Act of 1832, which all ensured the upcoming of the middle class people. And we see that middle class people took place in universities, different professions, and the gradual rise was there. So we also see the modern age, the age that came after was an age of interrogation. It questioned everything. Whereas this Victorian age, the 19th century, they were very confident. They made huge progress in all fronts. So, in all spheres, they were highly confident at the historical level, scientific level, religious, philosophical, etc. The only flaw that was given about this Victorian age is their infallibility. They thought that they can never make mistakes, and they were very pompous about that also. Okay. So the middle class people enjoyed a very big privilege, and they were leading a very happy and comfortable life. What is shown in David Copperfield is that, the child labor, the evils of society. As the middle class was coming up, it also stressed upon the moral aspects. So this moral dilemma was found in these novels. Okay, whether you can come up in life using evil means also. So how hard it is to rise to the middle class or to the aristocratic class. So the moral approach is emphasized in all these novels. Just like Elizabethan drama was just like the period of Shakespeare, Elizabethan period was a period of entertainment, and how people were seen to be crowded in theaters. Here too, this age also had this fact of entertainment, enormous entertainment, and at the same time, you can see women novelists also coming up. Earlier, during the 18th century, you had male members only, but here women novelists also were coming up. In order to be judged fairly, we can also see that the women novelists were having their pen names, male pseudonyms, okay, in order to be judged fairly. Because if they were under the impression that if people come to know that this is a piece of work written by a woman, they may not judge it fairly. That was the intention in women writers choosing male pseudonyms. Okay, so coming to George Eliot, who has written Adam Bede. Again, Adam Bede is the central character of this uh, novel. Here also you can see George Eliot. Actually, it's a female writer who's called as Mary Ann Evans. She has adopted the pen name of George Eliot in order to be uh, judged fairly for her work of art. Okay, so uh, uh, the so, George Eliot, see, on page 57 and 58, we have been given a little bit of autobiographical details of George Eliot, of Mary Ann Evans. Okay. So, if you look at the autobiographical life of George Eliot, we can see that she never married at all. I mean, she married in 1880, but it was the same year that she died. But before her marriage, she was living unconventionally with a person called Lewis, whose wife was separated from him, but with whom he couldn't obtain a divorce. Okay, so you can see how women were coming up, but with moral concerns. Okay, nobody, although she lived with Louis without marriage, nobody questioned her on the aspect of morality, because that was also very much within her. Okay, so even at that time during my 18th century, um, women were portrayed in such a strong perspective. Even here in this novel, we have the character of Dina Morris, for whom the male characters in the novel have lot of admiration. Okay, so coming to the novel, we have Adam Bede, the eponymous hero, who's a carpenter. So you can see now the Augustan age, which was concentrating on the aristocratic class, now focuses their attention on the middle class. Okay, so you have the carpenter as the hero of the novel. Okay, so you have the carpenter Adam Bede, and then you have another character called Seth Bede, who's Adam's brother, who's also in love with the female central character Dina Morris. And then you have Dina Morris, who's a very serious minded Methodist preacher. So the Protestant, move away from the Christian, Catholic Christian faith. So she is a Protestant preacher. During those time, the Protestants were not allowed to preach the general public. So there were a group of people who went to the grounds, met people, and they had their preachings. Okay, so Dina Morris is one such character who acts as a Methodist preacher here. And then you have Martin Poisser, who is the landowner who runs the hall farm. You have Mrs. Poisser and another important character, Hetty Sorrel. Hetty Sorrel is the niece of Mrs. Poisser and also the cousin of Dina Morris. And you have another selfish aristocratic grandson of the local squire, Arthur Donathon. So there is a love affair between Arthur Donathon and Hetty Sorrel. Adam Bede wanted to marry Hetty Sorrel, but it is Arthur Donathon who can come in between them, and he spoils the life of Hetty Sorrel. So he is a selfish person belonging to the aristocratic class. And then you have Jonathan Burch, who's the master of Adam Bede, who later gives a share in his business to Adam Bede. So you have this Adam Bede who and State Beat working as carpenters. And there is the father of these two, Matthias Beat. So as they are working, we see Dina Morris comes to that village to preach. Okay, so this brother of Adam Beat, Seth Beat, is attracted to her and expresses his love for her, but then she says that she is not in a bent of mind for marriage or love. Okay, and in the portrayal of Dina Morris, page 59, last paragraph. In the portrayal of Dina Morris, we find her to be a very simple personality, simple, charming, and delicately feminine. Okay, so see this aspect. We have three types of characters in feminine feminism. Okay, three phases actually: feminine, feminist, and female. What is this feminine? The things that are allotted for women, like women shouldn't sit in a particular way, women shouldn't laugh aloud, so be very coy, modest. Even if she wants to go around in the middle of the night, she cannot because she has to be feminine. All these pretensions. Okay, feminine. And then you have the feminist phase where women are seen fighting for their rights. And then female, where a woman is allowed to live a life where she can live freely as she wants her life to be. Okay, so feminine, feminist, female. So here we see that Dina Morris is presented as a very feminine character, but who's at the same time very strong, exhibits strong personality. For example, she is a good orator. So when she starts her preaching, when she starts to speak about God and other things, people are so totally captivated by her speech, they are attracted to her, and she inspires people just with her speaking ability. Okay, and what is her job? To make people repent for their sins. throw away all their follies and totally surrender themselves to God and repent for their sins. So the novel also presents instances where a few people Bessie Granage, a vain and naughty girl, who is so moved by her speech that she turns into good, it is said. So, just to, bring about the strong personality of Dina Morris. So, this Matthias Bede, who's the father of Adam and Seth, he is taken to heavy drinking. He is a drunkard, and because of his drinking practices, he dies. And then Dina Morris goes to comfort the mother of Adam Bede. Okay, so he dies, and the coffin which the sons prepare is ultimately used for their own father. So that incident also is given. And there is also this rector of Broxton, Reverend Aldous Irwin. So this Irwin is the godfather of Arthur Doniton. Okay, so godfather. So here we see that one day he and Arthur Doniton, they are on their way to a village called Halform. So there Arthur Doniton sees Hetty and then falls for her, and they have a love affair. So and Hetty, we see the novel portrays characters in such a way that if a character, either by innocence and ignorance, deviate away from moral behavior. For example, Hetty Sorer falls in for the wrong love, Arthur Doniton. They get a child out of wedlock. So when moral behavior is deviated, we see that that character gets punished. Whereas we see Dina Morris is not involved in any love affairs, or she's kind of, towards God and other things. So she is safe. So we see that there is some kind of rod that is there above all the characters, which punishes when they go astray in from the point of view of morality. Okay, so the this Hetty Sorrel is punished with death, with imprisonment. She loses a child also, which is got out of wedlock, and she finally dies in the novel. So we see that some kind of moral what to say moral judgment is given in the novel. So we see that Arthur Doniton is takes this relationship in a very casual way only. In fact, Adam Bede wants to marry Hetty Sorrel, but it is on the 21st birthday celebration of Arthur Doniton that he comes to know that Hetty Sorrel and Arthur Doniton are involved in an affair. So Arthur comes to know that, I mean, Adam Bede comes to know that Arthur is not serious about their love, and so he knocks him down, calls him a scoundrel, a coward, and also makes him write a letter to Hetty Sorrel that they are calling off their affair. And then he proposes to Hetty Sorrel. Earlier, when he had proposed to her, she did not accept his love, but later on, she accepts his love, and they are ready to get married. But then Hetty misses this Arthur Donathon, and she wishes to see him. And one day before the wedding, she leaves the house to meet Arthur Donathon. But then it adds further miseries to her life because she tries to commit suicide during her journey, and in the process of her trying to commit suicide, she loses her child, and she is imprisoned because she killed her child. And then hearing all this, Dina Morris goes to meet her. Arthur also goes to meet her. Dina Morris is not able to do anything to relieve her from the punishment by law, but Arthur Donathan is able to give her some kind of relief. Instead of death sentence, she is now imprisoned, but after her imprisonment, she dies She dies after serving the sentence. Okay. So, meanwhile, what happens after her death? Adam finds solace in his work only, and uh, his mother suggests that Dina Morris and he should get married, but then Adam asks his brother whether he would like to, but then the Seth says that Dina Morris doesn't have any idea of getting married to him, and finally what happens is Adam Bede and Dina Morris get married. So we see that uh, now this is the story. Okay, so coming to the analysis of the story from your exam point of view, how will you be asked questions? Okay, so they will say, treat this novel as a, see, earlier we Tom Jones and David Copperfield and all, we saw that they were realistic novels, but this novel will come under the category of psychological realism. Okay, this is also bringing about the incidents in the life of Adam Bede, Dina Morris, Hetty Sorrell, etc. But then we are also given an insight into the minds of these characters. Okay, we are able to have a peep into the minds of characters. What is going on in their mind? For example, this Hetty's character, okay, Hetty Sorrell's character. We see that she is talking to herself. So we are given a peep into her thoughts. We are given a peep into the thoughts. And what is the psychological realism? The author, when beginning to write the novel itself, uh, brings into the reader also, brings into the novel the reader also as a character. For example, on page 62 in your book, the last but third paragraph where a description from the book is given. So we see that the author pulls in the reader also as one of the characters. So she's telling, I'm going to tell you the story of this Adam Bede. Okay. So describing the process of novel writing itself. So she's telling that she's going to write a story, and she's going to write a story about all these characters. So we have a very imposing moral structure in the world. If you deviate away from morality, then what will happen? So we also see that the author is treating all the characters with from a sympathetic point of view. Also, we have that the reader is also taken into the reader is also forced to have a sympathetic understanding of the characters present inside the novel. So we see that George Eliot's style is descriptive. She brings about humanitarian aspects into the novel, and she's very talented. And Hetty, for instance, her sufferings on her journey. So first she goes in search of Arthur Doniton, and then in despair she goes in search of Dina, and what all happens. So her agony is presented in such a detailed manner, and we see that George Eliot enters into the sorrow of Hetty Sorrel. Thus, we can understand how much guilty she feels for the folly that she committed. Not only entering into the character of Hetty Sorrel, but George Eliot also enters into the other characters' minds also. So we see that all these characters, the important characters in the novel, are in a way innocent also, and they are not able to have a hold of the incidents that take place in their novel. So we have that she brings about the incidents with a kind of shocking directness and relevance. So we see that Christian beliefs also is brought in here, and the rules of society. Why rules of society have to be followed? Because it has an impact on the happiness of the people. Okay, so here on page 66, the novel is analyzed from a psychological perspective. So If you have a reading, you will understand what all we have been discussing is only given with extracts from the novel itself. So quite a big extracts are given, so in order to make you understand the psychological character, or I mean psychological perspective of the characters, and what are the techniques that are used by the author is also given. The author has used the technique of aside. Aside means what? The what the character is thinking about, what the character is talking about, the character's commentary on their own actions. The readers will be able to know that, but the other characters in the novel will not come to know what is happening. Okay, so images, symbolism, all these are used by the author in order to provide psychological insights into the characters. And then Adam Bede as a realistic novel. See, in literature, you have novels that are naturalistic, realistic, psychological realism, all these things. So, literary realism. What is this literary realism? It is a literary genre which is attempting to present the subject matter in a very truthful manner, in a very realistic manner. It find supernatural elements does not find a place in it. There is no place for speculative fiction. So Tom Jones portrayed the reality of Tom Jones. David Copperfield portrayed the reality of David Copperfield. Here again, we have the lives of Adam Bede, and then Arthur Donathan, other characters. So naturalistic novels, it is as opposed to realism and idealism. So, what is this naturalism? Naturalists believe in natural laws of the world, universe. So, they believe natural laws are the rules, only rules that govern the structure and behavior of the natural world. So, science comes in here, nature comes in as a force. So, here in this psychological realism, we find that the everyday life of the social middle classes, lower social classes are all brought in. Okay. Somebody has written some message. I'll just see what that is. Okay. You have asked about the exams. I'll find out. Okay. Now, coming to the next novel that is given for us. Any doubts in this novel, Adam Beat? Now, coming to the next novel by Charlotte Bronte, Jane Eyre. So, the earlier novel, this Adam Bede, is also written by a woman novelist under the pseudonym, under the pseudonym of a male writer. Here we see Charlotte Bronte. So, you all must be knowing about the autobiographical details of her. So, page 83 and 84 consist the autobiographical details of Charlotte Bronte. They were sisters, especially the three sisters were famous writers. Emily Bronte, Charlotte Bronte, and Anne Bronte, and they were also choosing male pseudonyms. So Currer Bill, Ellis Bill, and Acton Bill. Okay. Page number 83 and 84. Charlotte Bronte. Okay. So she has written a number of novels like Shirley, Willett, etc. We can again see autobiographical elements present in her novels also, because they did not have a good childhood. They were put in schools just like David Copperfield, and then they had to undergo a lot of tortures there. But then we see that Victorian women emerging as strong personalities. Okay, so. We can see modern women being presented in these novels. So, how passionate they are, how outspoken they are in presenting modern women. So, we can see that women are being presented as being equal with man. Okay, the kind of rebellious woman, the voice of free insurgent woman who writes about what she feels, who speaks what she feels, and really, a beginning to the portrayal of a new womankind. Okay, so how women are being represented in the novels. So we all know that this Victorian period was also a period of industrialization, a period which was dominated by science and technology, etc. But here in Jane Eyre, we see that this is a kind of domestic fiction which portrays a woman as emerging as a strong woman. Okay, so what is this domestic fiction? Novels which are writing about the sphere of home. Okay, where woman resides and takes care of the household. So that is what woman is there for. It was regarded, but these novels are taking a deviation from this kind of portrayal, and we can see here how women are portrayed in such a way that we are all attracted towards this. And we also see the emergence of middle class people, middle class women also. Okay, so if the earlier male writers were interested in bringing about the emergence of the middle class, here we see the middle class women emerging as strong people. Okay, so these novels portray the aristocratic women, men and women, both rich men and women were portrayed as being decadent and self-indulgent, dissolute. Okay, irresponsible kind, whereas we see the lower class women being educated and coming up with some kind of refinement. Okay, so these novels idealize the middle class women. So the strong divide between the two classes are brought about. Okay, even in D.H. Lawrence's Sons and Lovers, we see how the middle class women are educated and they have some kind of refinement in them. Okay, so uh, the idealization of feminine figure takes place in these novels, right? See, you are asking for me to present it in a screen, but I haven't got ready this PowerPoint presentation. But then I think this is enough since you have the textbook with you. No, please have the textbook with you and follow this page 86. Okay, right now we are on page 86 and we are looking at how women are portrayed in a strong way. Okay, so we see that the feminine figure, especially the middle class woman, is portrayed in a very idealized manner. Usually, home is a place for order, tranquility, cleanliness, moral purity, etc. But these novels, especially the character of Jane Eyre, we can see how she, coming from middle class family where she's not taken proper care of by her aunt after the parents' death, is shown to become as a strong character who finally, marries a man not for his richness, but because she is able to help him in some way or the other. So coming to the characters here, you see Jane Eyre, who's an orphan. So she is again the eponymous character in the novel. She's an orphan who grows up to be a very resourceful person who's self-reliant. She's independent. Okay, she's self-reliant. Who becomes a teacher in a school, and then because of being brought up in a very hard and grim circumstances, her individual character gets glorified. She's one of the most unconventional heroines in English fiction, and even Virginia Woolf has praised this character. Okay, so Virginia Woolf calls Jane Eyre as extremely charming, utterly selfish, etc. And then you have one Mrs. Reed, Jane's aunt. Okay, so on page 87, the second paragraph, page 87, second paragraph, Mrs. Reed's character, Jane's cold hearted aunt, mistress of Thornfield Manor, it is written. Okay, it is not mistress of Thornfield Manor, it is mistress of Gateshead Hall. You have to change that. Okay, strike out that Thornfield Manor and write it as Gateshead Hall. So Mrs. Reed is her aunt who ill treats her and who also throws her out of the house. And then you have Edward Fairfax Rochester, who is the hero of the novel. So he is given as a kind of dark character who has a powerful personality but who is disturbed because of his marriage to one Bertha Mason. Okay, so he is the master of Thornfield Manor, whom Jane Eyre marries. But then he has a first wife who is portrayed as a mad woman. This woman is from Jamaica. Okay, she is a mad woman from Jamaica. So she is the first wife of this Baron. So we see that this Rochester is first portrayed as a kind of dark character who is not much liked by the people. But then it is with the arrival of Jane Eyre that his goodness gets highlighted. And then we have the small girl character, Adele Warrens, who is believed to be the daughter of Rochester, not out of his marriage with Bertha Mason, but out of his affair with a French ballerina. Okay, so Adele Warrens is Rochester's daughter, and then you have Mrs. Fairfax, who is the housekeeper of Thornfield Hall. It is Mrs. Fairfax who takes the care of the entire household, and when Jane Eyre advertises for the post of governess, I mean, when she gives an advertisement to be recruited as a governess, it is Mrs. Fairfax who responds to it, and it is she who employs her. And at the time of her employment, she has not even met Rochester. It is Mrs. Fairfax who takes care of the entire household activities of Mr. Rochester. And then you have another woman character, Grace Poole, who is the attendant of Mrs. Fairfax in Thornfield Hall. Many a times in that house, eerie noise used to be heard during night. Okay, so all this is attributed, the noise and other this kind of eerie activities are attributed to Grace Poole. And then you have Miss Blanche Ingram, whom Jane thinks is the lover of Rochester. Okay, she is a lovely rich lady. So I told that these novels present rich characters as well as characters from middle class. But then middle class ladies are presented with education, refinement, humility, with all kinds of good characters. Whereas the rich women characters are presented as being irresponsible and all the things that are accompanied with that. Okay, they are shown as being beautiful, rich, snobbish, self-assured, but of no use. Okay, and then you have Mr. Mason, who is the brother-in-law of Rochester. So he is a man from West Indies. He is the brother of Bertha Mason. He comes to Thornfield House and things happen there. And then you have one John Rivers. So coming to the story now, John Rivers is a clergyman. Okay, so but actually the cousin of Jane Eyre. So to the story now, we see when Jane Eyre is born, she is actually orphaned. She does not have her parents. So she is left to be taken under the care of her uncle. So the uncle is also Uncle Mr. Reed. Okay. Uncle is also on deathbed. And what happens is uncle dies after getting a promise from Mrs. Reed that she will take care of Jane Eyre. But she has two daughters and one son, her cousins, Jane Eyre's cousins, who also ill treat her. So this story is almost like the story of Cinderella only. We can see that this is based on the Cinderella myth also. I mean, how Cinderella is orphaned by her parents and then the stepmother tortures her, something like that. Okay, so we have Jane Eyre who's tortured by her aunt and her three cousins. It is this cousin who later on, after they grow up, wishes to marry Jane Eyre. It is John Rivers. who wishes to marry Jane Eyre. So what happens is, after she is tortured and all, one day during her childhood, one day Mrs. Reed locks her in the room where Mr. Reed dies. So since this girl Jane Eyre is an imaginative child, she is extremely scared, and then she faints and falls very ill. Later on, she is left to be nursed by one Bessie Leven, and then she is put in Lowood School. Okay, so we have David Copperfield being put in Salem School, similar to that. So she is sent to a school called Lowood School. There she befriends one Miss Temple. She becomes the friend of one Miss Temple, who's a teacher, and then there is another friend also, Helen. So just like we had this corona now a few years back, like that another epidemic kills many students there in Lowood School, to which Helen also dies. And then now Jane applies for a post to become governess. So the Mrs. Fairfax in Thornfield Manor, Mr. Rochester and Mrs. Fairfax wanted somebody to take care of Adele Warrens, teach Adele Warrens. Okay, so she goes to Thornfield Manor to join as the governess there. Okay, so at that time, she does not meet Rochester, but later meets Rochester and finds herself getting attracted to him. But during her days in Thornfield Manor as governess, she comes across a lot of bizarre events. So sometimes she hears a lot of noise during midnight, and during night time she hears the mad noise, the eerie noise of this Bertha Mason. But then the servant of the house, Mrs. Fairfax, and the others make it up that it is the noise of Grace Poole, who's not in her normal state of mind. Okay, Grace Poole, who's another servant. But one day, what happens? Somebody sets the curtains on fire. Again, this incident also is attributed to Bertha Mason, who is Rochester's wife. And one day, Bertha Mason's brother comes to visit her from West Indies. See, here you all understand that since the person is from West Indies and Jamaica, we understand that that must be black woman. Okay, so the politics that is here, we'll talk about that later. Okay, so this Bertha's brother, Mr. Mason, comes there from West Indies, and in spite of the warnings given by Rochester to him not to go and see his sister, who's locked in the third floor, he goes there at night, and then Bertha beats him, and he is injured. So his for which Rochester seeks the help of Jane Eyre. So Jane Eyre only tends to him and takes care of him, takes care of the wound and other things. So now it is revealed that it is the mad wife. I mean, it is not revealed. Mr. Mason is sent away from that place. Okay. And later, the love between Rochester and Jane Eyre. So he wishes to marry Rochester, and one day the marriage is arranged and all. And at that time, Bertha Mason reveals herself, and Jane Eyre comes to know that she is the real wife of Rochester. So then Rochester tells her his story. He says that he has been cheated into marriage 15 years back, and if you want, you can create a WhatsApp group. I can give my number. Okay. So as of now, we don't have any WhatsApp group. Okay. So this Bertha Mason, reveals herself, and then Jane Eyre comes to know that he was already married. So she leaves Rochester and Thornfield Manor, goes away. It is then that she meets she meets her cousin, John Rivers. John Rivers is into religion, so John Rivers asks her to marry him, and but her mind is not for that. Again, she learns news about Rochester's tragedy. She learns She goes in search of Rochester, and at that time, what happens is, um, she learns the truth about Rochester. It is said, the village people say that after her leaving Thornfield Manor, Bertha Mason set the house on fire, in which one hand of Rochester gets amputated and he becomes blind. So she goes in search of him to a place called Ferndean, where Rochester was living, and then there they get married and they live happily ever after, it is said. And we also see that Rochester gets back one of his eyesight. Okay, so if you see this novel, we can read this novel as a gothic fiction. See, what is this gothic fiction? Where, horror, death, and other things, terrifying things are there. So how can you read this novel as a gothic fiction? So we see the presence of Bertha Mason, okay, who is kind of who gives an eerie kind of feeling in the novel. As we read the novel, and wherever her presence is there, a kind of supernatural feeling is created, and we even feel, that some kind of ghost is residing in that mansion. Okay, so this kind of reading can also be given. And if you come to the structure and theme of the novel, page 92. So this on page 92, on the subtopic structure and theme, the first line, the first line on page 92, third paragraph, you have this word called Bildungsroma. So as we discussed in the previous classes, you must be knowing what this Bildungsroma is. It is an education novel. Okay, so it is an education novel. Here, the heroine's education, that is Jane Eyre's education, her growth from childhood into maturity takes place in 5 stages. So first, the period is, her life starts at Gateshead Hall. Okay, her life as a child starts in Gateshead, and then it moves on to Lowood, and then we have her meeting Rochester and Tonfield Manor, and then the Moore House and Ferndean. So in each of these places, we see that there is a development in her character, and from being a small child who's filled with fear, she seemed to be emerging as a powerful character. So that is the structure of the novel as such. And what is the theme? Of course, the theme is the emergence of the Victorian woman as a powerful character. Okay, so please give a reading to it. I can see that there is a lot of disturbances. I think you are all worried about what? Let me go into the messages. You have said that there is already a group. I mean, if you already have a group, you can just add my number also for any further doubts. 9442399453. Okay. So this is my number. I can even post you some of the important questions. It is not a compulsion to create a WhatsApp group, but then if you have any doubts, you can feel free to ask me. Okay. You can see all these Victorian novels are concentrating on the aspect of religion also, and the question of morality is very much there. Okay, a question of morality. One of you please take initiative in creating WhatsApp group. Uh, I will even find out about the exams. Okay. I right now have no idea. So, coming to the narrative of the novel, narrative structure of the novel, it is written in first person narrative. You have Jane Iyer as the speaker of the novel, who's narrating the novel. I mean, who's narrating her story. It is a very personal story. It is written in first person narrative, and the different points of view. The different points of view of Jane Iyer. Okay, so how she narrates the story. So, first, it's from the child's point of view. As a child, what was the trauma that she was facing? Huh? She was without her parents, she was orphaned, and what are the tortures that she was undergoing in the hands of her aunt and her cousins? And secondly, she her also, from the child perception only, her school and the episodes that happen during her adolescence also is presented. And then she as a governess, okay, she as a teacher of that school. And then thirdly, her presence in Thornfield Manor. And fourthly, her love and her being rejected in love, her not rejected actually, her disappointment in love, and then her marriage to Thornfield, to Rochester. So, all these things. Any doubts? Please read the novel. Please read all the stories. You must be knowing the stories of all these novels to perform well in the exam. Without reading you need not read the novel also, because this book has given chapter by chapter summary. It has the summary of the novel, it has chapter by chapter summary. So, detailed analysis of the novels are also given, which is sufficient for you to take up the examinations. You only have to know from what point of view you have to analyze the novel. For example, Jane Eyre, David Copperfield, and all can be analyzed as autobiographical novels based on the life history of the novelists themselves. Or, it could be read, Adam Beat can be read from a psychological realistic novel perspective. Jane Eyre can be read as a feminist novel. I told the three phases in feminism. Feminist novel, and then from the point of view of the novel being read as a gothic fiction, etc. So, any doubts?
Ma'am, any idea when the exams will happen?
I'll try to find out. I no idea right now. Okay,
Okay.
maybe see, everything is given there on DDE website. You can just go through, but then I'll find out. We still have some three, four more classes to go on. I also have another class 11 to 12. So maybe, I'll try to find out. Okay. I'm trying to join this WhatsApp link. Is there anything else? See, if I'm unable to join this, then maybe during the third hour, you can help me with this. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mm.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good morning, students. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you. I'm trying to share a screen. Meanwhile, let me see. I'll try to connect the. Meanwhile, I'll talk about. I'll begin the class since we are late a few minutes. So, in today's class, we are going to talk about the fiction prescribed for our syllabus for the semester. There are 6 novels we are going to read. Fiction, as you know, it's of imaginary stories. The difference between non-fiction and fiction you may know, because in the next classes we may read about non-fiction. Non-fiction is fully based on facts, but fiction is a mixture of both. So the author might notice something around him, and then he fuses his imagination, his creativity, and write a story. That is what a fiction is. So the difference between a short story and a fiction is just about the words and the pages. So if it is around 10 to 15 pages, we call it as a short story. Suppose if it runs around 25 or 50 pages, we call it as a novella. And if it is more than 300 pages, we call it a novel. So a fiction is the collection of all these imaginary stories or creative stories. This you would have read in almost all the papers, I think. So today in today's class we are going to learn a few stories under Indian writing in English. Okay. I'll try to share the screen so that you can at least view a glimpse of some of the characters so that you can picturize. If you have the textbook, it is better. You can follow the textbook. Uh, so the first novel which we are going to revise today is R.K. Narayan's The Man-Eater of Malgudi. R.K. Narayan, as you know, one of the 3 pillars of Indian writing in English. In the beginning, he Okay. So in the beginning, actually, in the beginning in 1920s, only a very few people started writing in English. I think when I was giving introduction to Indian writing in English, I would have mentioned this name also. So you have to recall all these 3, R.K. Narayan, Rajarao, and Mulkraj Anand. These are the 3 pillars of Indian writing in English, and we are going to read one of the novels of R.K. Narayan. Also, you should know about this term Malgudi when you are reading R.K. Narayan. Malgudi is an imaginary town, a fictional town we can call fictional town in the sense um, based on his experiences in the South India, he has created a fictional town, an imaginary town, and this becomes one of the characters in almost all his novels. For example, Margaret Days, the English teacher. So when you read My Days, so when you read his novels, you can find Malgudi is the place which the novel is set around. So here also we find the same. Malgudi as a town is used as the background of this novel. And to know about the characters, we have Nadraj, maybe called as the protagonist of the novel. He is the owner of a press, printing press. He was running a printing press, and he has an assistant named Sastri. Sastri was a friend of Nadraj, who was very helpful to run his printing press very much. And the other characters or minor characters, for example, we have a poet, we have a lawyer, we have a journalist, all that. And we have a negative character. Maybe we can call him as an antagonist or a villain of this novel. That is Vasu. Okay. So the story is around Malgudi. As I said, Malgudi was a very harmonious town, maybe very happy and peaceful town as it was before the entry of Vasu. So the story is shown from Nadraj's point of view, as he was looking around what happens and he expresses things. Nadraj is a very maybe we can call a passive character. He doesn't find as the other heroes, as you see in movies or in other books. No, usually the heroes fight against very bravely, very boldly, in um, in a strong way. This man is very silent, and he is not so good in his fight, not so violent, we can say. He is a hero because he obeys. He follows moral principles. He's a disciplined man. He doesn't disturb others. He doesn't want Malgudi to be disturbed. So he's a self-disciplinarian. He wants things to be in order. Everyone should be at peace. So that was his nature. When Vasu enters, the scene is disturbed. We can see Malgudi is disturbed. In the sense, everybody understands the disturbance in Malgudi. We can see the kind of nuisance Vasu has created. Let me explain how it happens. So Sastri was his assistant working, and Nadraj has a friend, a poet, who usually writes songs on Lord Krishna, and he is a disciple of Lord Krishna, and he used to write many poems. And Nataraj encourages this poet friend to publish his book. And Nataraj helps him to get his book published towards the end of the novel. And we will get to know that later. So that is the part of the story which runs around. For example, one day when Nataraj sits in the press, the friend visits, the poet visits Nataraj, and he used to cite the poem that he has written on that day, and Nataraj will admire that. So that kind of conversation we can see throughout. And we have another minor character here named Sen, a journalist. This journalist, actually, he writes articles, columns in the magazines and journals. And he is the friend of Nataraj again, and they discuss politics. That day, politics was about Nehru because Nehru was the prime minister. And this Sen, as a journalist, criticizes Nehru and his political principles, policies. So the policies and principles of Nehru is not accepted by Sen, that he criticizes. But Nataraj is the supporter of Nehru, so he supports the policies, the political policies of Nehru. So this conversations runs around when these two meet, when Nataraj and Sen meets, but they have a good relationship. It's not like they fight for this. They have a healthy arguments and a conversation when they talk about politics. So politics. So when we have the scene set between Nataraj and Sen, we can understand the political scenario of India during the period which the novel was written in the middle of the 20th century. Okay, that is after independence. And we have this Vasu. We should know the term taxidermist. Vasu's profession is a taxidermist. Actually, Nadraj, when he went to a kind of a picnic to the forest, the Mempi forest, Vasu assisted them. It happened like Vasu's friend introduced Nadraj to him, and they happened to go around the forest, and they happened to know about the wildlife and the things like that on the in the Mempi forest. And Vasu, as a taxidermist, he kills animals. He kills animals. I think you may know the term. Who the taxidermist is a person who removes the flesh, bones, and then the cells from the animal skin, and they stuff the animal and they make it live. I can show you an example for you if you want to see. It makes sense. Meanwhile, we will discuss. So this, so you can see here. Yeah, the image is seen. No, so this is the real skin of a lion, where it is stuffed with artificial things. So they usually go for a chemical process, and then they make it as it look like a real lion. So this taxidermist usually they choose a dead animal, and then they remove the inner parts, internal parts of the organs, maybe all the organs, everything will be removed from the dead body, and they use the skin, they stuff it after cleaning it, after undergoing a chemical process, and then they make it look like a real lion or real animal. Okay, it looks like a real animal, but actually only the skin of the animal is used. So this is called a taxidermist job. This is what the taxidermist do. So here we can understand Vasu is a taxidermist, and he kills people. You can understand how violent he is, how cruel he is. Just for his profession, he kills animals and birds. For example, if he wants to use a parrot, he will kill a parrot and he will sell it for his purpose. So this is the profession of a taxidermist. It's not. I am not saying every taxidermist kills his own animals. No, even nowadays taxidermists use the already dead animals. They don't go and kill. But here you can understand this man goes, kills the animals, and then he uses it for his profession to be a taxidermist. That is how cruel he is. And it happens like after the picnic day, Vasu and Nadraj, they are introduced to each other, and Vasu enters into the printing press of Nadraj without Nadraj's willingness. For example, when he entered, he was just removing the screen of the printing press as if it was torn into pieces. Okay, so he just doesn't care. He was very rude on the entry into the press. Okay, so he just removed the curtains and entered into the press and get acquainted to Nadraj. He became he was taking advantage over the printing press. And he later came to know that Nadraj's printing press, the first floor was free, nobody was occupied. So without getting permission from Nadraj, he just used or occupied the first floor of the printing press to run his business very well. When Nadraj insists that he should not use his printing press, Vasu doesn't listen to him. So he was very very rude. Okay, very rude and dominating. So you cannot enter into someone's building and occupy. But how rude Vasu was to do that? Maybe he was very powerful. As I have mentioned, Nadraj was very submissive. He was not violent enough, or he was not politically strong enough to fight against Vasu. So he allowed Vasu to use his first floor of the printing press. Later, the atrocities of Vasu was not tolerable. For example, he was bringing prostitutes to the office of Nadraj. The first floor of the printing press was used by Vasu, and he assumes that the entire building is owned by him. So he behaves as if he is the owner of the building. So he brings prostitutes, and then all these, no, you can understand the different two types of characters are displayed. One is good and the evil. So Nadraj stands for the symbol of goodness, and Vasu stands for the symbol of evilness. So this story, the theme is about the fight between the good and the evil. Usually the evil has the upper hand, but at the end of the story, the evil is killed by the good one. So Nadraj, when he comes to know that Vasu is planning to kill the temple elephant, because already he started killing pet animals. Maybe the neighbors are having some birds like lovebirds or parrots. He just kills them and then he stuffs them and makes it to a taxidermy product. All these, is very for example, if a neighbor has a pet dog, he kills it and then he makes a toy or doll out of it. So the taxidermist usually they create a live toy or a doll kind of thing using the real animal after killing an animal. Okay, so here Nadraj is very much obsessed with Vasu when he understands during the publication of the book written by the poet friend. On the day of publication, the marriage of Lord Krishna happens in the temple. Usually that is the custom, no? The marriage day of Radha and the Krishna is celebrated in the temple. It is organized by the temple authorities usually. So all these are coincidence. Like the temple is celebrating the marriage of Radha and Krishna. And Nataraj is publishing the book of his friend, the poet's book on Lord Krishna. On the same day, he got the news that Vasu is going to kill the temple elephant on that day. So he wants to stop that after knowing that, and he wants to kill actually Vasu because he thinks everything is disturbed. The Malgudi people know after the entry of Vasu, they were disturbed. For example, he was killing all the animals, including their own pet animals. So which they don't want. They are emotionally hurt, psychologically hurt by the attitude of Vasu. And the second reason is he is bringing prostitutes to the offices, and then that is also morally not accepted, which they don't want at all, the village people. So Nadraj assumes that Vasu is a kind of Bhasmasura, he should be killed, and so he assumes that he is going to kill. But unfortunately, though Vasu is so powerful and he is strong physically, he is very scared of mosquitoes. You know what happens towards the end of the novel? When he was attacked by a swarm of mosquitoes, he couldn't resist attacking that. And so he was trying to hit it with some weapons. When he was trying to hit the mosquitoes on the weapons wherever he finds, and unfortunately, he hit on his own head to attack the mosquito. So he was killed by himself accidentally. Okay, he was hitting on his head and then he got killed. So Vasu was not killed by Natraj, but it was mistaken by somebody else that Natraj killed Vasu. Actually, it didn't happen. Vasu was accidentally killed by himself when he was trying to attack the mosquitoes using a heavy weapon. So accidentally he hit on his own head and he died. So this story is about the man eater of Malgudi. Usually, the man eater we call as a tiger. Maybe when you read in newspapers, you can come across the tiger enters into village and it kills man when it is hungry. Usually, we trap the tiger and then we send the tiger into the interior of the forest so that it will not disturb the village. Usually, we call the tiger as the man eater when it enters into the village. So here the man eater of Malgudi is Vasu, who enters into Malgudi and then destructed the entire town, Malgudi. And so here finally after the death of this man, Vasu, everything may get settled well. So that is the theme of this story. And yeah, next one, I move on to the next story. Rohinton Mysteries, such a long journey. This story is This story is about a bank clerk named Gusted Noble. He is an old person now. He is a retired person, but this story is set in Bombay, and name of the place where this is set in is Kodad Building. Kodad Building is the house where Gustad Noble lives in. The title is such a long journey. When do you call it is a long journey? When it is boring. That is the meaning of here title here. Such a long journey because Gustad Noble is tired of his life. So his life appears to be a very long journey to him. So his miserable life from his younger age to the end, maybe today, till the end of the novel, how he suffers. So that is the base behind it. So he had experienced many bad things in his life, which made him to realize that his journey is very long. That is the reason behind it. Let me introduce the family. The wife of Gustad is Dilnawaz, and he has two sons, Sora and Darius. Saurabh is a very bright student. For example, he scored very good marks in 10th and 12th, and he got seat in IIT. And Darius is the younger one, and he has a daughter named Roshan. She is always sick. Roshan is always sick, a sick baby. She is. Okay. So these are the family characters. Later, then the story runs around maybe kind of nostalgia. So some incidents are narrated from the past and some incident are from the present. So the story is switching over between past and the present to narrate about the experience of Gustad Noble. Actually, he recollects about his father. Gustad Noble recollects his father as storekeeper, where he was running all the goods furniture. He was the furniture dealer. Okay, he was the furniture dealer and the lover of books. In his stores, you can find the furniture, for example, almiras, cupboards, and books. So all these he was. So he wants to keep one bookshelf of his own. Maybe he wants to run a library of his own. So that was his father's ambition. I'm talking about Gustard's father. Okay, Gustard's father's ambition. Okay, even Gustard's maternal grandfather, he was the lover of books. So the family has a lineage of running bookshops or something like that. So they have a collection of books. Saurabh is also interested in books. Okay, Saurabh is the first son of Gustard Noble. So I will talk about some of the discomforts that he had faced in his life, so that you can understand why Gustard Noble had such a long journey in his life. For example, one I have mentioned here, Saurabh, he has got placed in IIT, but he didn't join IIT. That was a great disappointment for the father, because the father, Gustard Noble, wanted him to join IIT, but he didn't join. And to talk about Roshan is actually a sick daughter. She is always sick. That is also exhausting the father. It's not like he doesn't love the daughter, but if if your daughter is sick, you feel that exhausted in your mind, right? So that kind of feel he has always, because the daughter is sick. And when he was working in a bank before his retirement, he had many problems. For example, once Saurabh was met with an accident. When he met with an accident, he was very serious and sick, and he had to spend a lot of money to save his life. And he did that. During that time, Billy Muhammad, he helped Gustave Nobel to save Sorab's life. So since then, Gustave Nobel had to obey whatever Billy says. And it happened like once Billy Muhammad called Gustave Nobel and asked him to deposit for around 10 lakhs for the, the government of Bangladesh, to fight for the government of Bangladesh. It was actually against the government where he was working. This story is set in actually Bombay. Now it is Bangladesh. This part of Bombay, which we are talking about, is rightly now in Bangladesh before partition. I am talking about the period before partition. Okay. Later we had partition. We had two partitions. One is between India and Pakistan. The other one is between India and Bangladesh. We gave away some portions into a new country named Bangladesh. Again, another new country, Pakistan, was formed after the partition. So this was during that politically crucial period where this money was deposited. That was a risky job, but he had to do because Billy Muhammad asked to do that. Later on, he was got into trouble, because when you are depositing such a huge amount without someone's help, you cannot do that. So when it was spilled out, again he was got into some problem. Okay. And we have some other minor characters here. I would like to read about, for example, Dinshadji, a bank associated, bank friend. Actually, this man knows about all the secrets of Gustard, but he spills out the secret to his girlfriend, and that's how Gustard got into problem. And we have the childhood friend of Gustav, Malcolm Saldina. Okay, so he shows a kind of a different world to Custard by introducing Western music to Custard and then bringing him to Mount Mary Church, all that. And we have a funny character called Dr. Paymaster, who joined to the hospital, but and he the funny part of it is he couldn't remove the name board of the previous doctor who was working, and we have a Panwala and we have Madan. So all these are minor characters. So towards the end of the novel, we understand Saurabh comes back to his house and then settles with the father, and he thinks that he has to run a bookshop, a library, according to the wish of Gustave Noble. So this cools the man, Gustave Noble. So such a long journey is the journey of Dastard Noble, who was very tired of his journey. At least at the end of the novel, Saurabh, the elder son, is joining hands with him. So a kind of positivity ends this story. I just want to check. So the third one is Anita Desai's Baumgartner's Bombay. This story is themed around alienation and isolation. So loneliness and isolation. If someone is lonely, how do you behave? And this story is also about immigrants. Bombay immigrants, you can understand. So they move from one place to another place. I think actually I have talked about the immigrant when you are moving from one place to another. The previous class, let me repeat. Usually, the people immigrate from one place to another place for getting a good education, maybe getting a good opportunity, job opportunity. I mean, sometimes for medical reasons you may move from one place to another place if you feel that if your health may improve if you from one place, so you immigrate. Maybe medical facilities available, maybe the weather conditions are good in a country, you immigrate from one place to another country, sometimes for political reasons. For example, during partition some people were forcibly moved from Pakistan to India, and some people were forcibly moved from India to Pakistan, because they believed that they may not be safer in the place if they continued staying there, though that was their birthplace. Here, due to immigration, moving from one place to another place, and due to that, how they feel very bad. Here, it is political reason. So you may understand. The keywords are Jew and Germany. You may know about Hitler. Germany, you must be knowing about Hitler. He was against the Jews. He doesn't want any Jew to survive on this world. The entire world should be away from Jew. That's what he believed in. And so he killed all the Jews that he come across. So the main aim of his soldiers were, the main aim of his soldiers was to find a Jew and then to kill them. So he was killing them in a mass. In a mass, in the sense thousands of people were killed at the same time. They will be killed by burning them in in a mass, in a group. Maybe thousands of Jews would be put in in a room, and then they will be burnt alive. So that is how Jews were killed by Hitler. So this story is about immigration. It is not during the period of Hitler, but that hatred was there. Hatred in the sense that the Jews were not encouraged to survive in Germany. So the story is about a Jew, Hugo Baumgartner. Hugo Baumgartner. Baumgartner is the family name. Hugo is the first name. Jew is the community. Like we have Hindus, Christians, Muslims, Sikhs. In India, Jew is one of the community, uh, and this was not liked by Hitler. This community people were not liked by Hitler, Germans. So Hugo Baumgartner was a German and was a Jew, and his miserable life is narrated here. So this story is from his childhood days to his death. So it starts from his childhood days when he was a boy, when he was a baby, how he led his life, and then he died at around his 70 in India. So he was moved from German to India. What are the reasons he's moving from German to India? The first reason was his father spent his money. Spendthrift. He was a spendthrift. He was a businessman, and they became bankrupt. Bankrupt means you have a huge amount of loan and you don't know how to manage them. So he had to run away from uh, uh, German and to settle in India, so that at least in India, the business, the part of his business, maybe partially he was running his business in India, the father. At least in India, he could save the business. So he decided to come to India. That is why he immigrated. He moved from one country to another country. So to take care of his father's business, after they became bankrupt, after they became, uh, uh, they they had borrowed huge amount of money and they couldn't settle their loan amount. They became bankrupt, and to settle it, he had decided to come to India. So he came to Bombay. That is how it is Baumgartner's Bombay. So the story is about Baumgartner is the character's name. Hugo Baumgartner is the full name of the hero. So Hugo Baumgartner's Bombay. So how he experiences in India, especially in Bombay, is the story. That is why the title. So the second reason for his entry into India is due to Hitler's rule, there is no provision for his safety. So during Hitler's rule, you may be killed anytime. So it's not safe to live. That is the another reason he's moved to. And he has two friends, Habibullah and Chiman Lags. These friends, uh, after their death, they hand over their business to their sons as business partners. These sons, Habibullah's son and Chimlal's son, they cheated Hugo. So another bitter experience he faced in Bombay. Okay. And another experience, bitter experience which he faced is he had fell in love with a cabaret dancer, German cabaret dancer named Cote, but he did not want to marry her. He refused because she's a German. He was not interested in it. So gradually, one after another bitter experience, he realized that human company is useless. So living with human being is useless, he thinks, because one after the other people cheated him, and he believed that human company is not fit for him. So he get away from all those. So he started living with the cats. He was feeding the cats. He started living with the cats in a dark, dingy, and shabby flat. So his flat was not so attractive. It is very dark. It was behind the Taj Hotel of Bombay. And he feeds all the cats by getting the leftover food from the hotel, a restaurant, Parrot Cafe. And one day it happened like he meets a teenage boy who is homeless fellow, a kind of orphanage. And he actually felt pity for him. So actually, Hugo did not want to get a human company, but it happened like he met a drug addict and he wanted to save this drug addict. So he brings this drug addict to his house and gives food for him, and then he takes care of him. Finally, what happens, this drug addict boy named Curve, this drug addict boy actually kills Hugo. So that is the tragic death of Hugo, who is killed in Bombay by a person who saves his life. So that is the story of Baumgartner's Bombay. So Baumgartner's Bombay is a kind of betrayal thing. Uh, betrays human beings when you are kind enough. Even if you are kind enough, you are betrayed by the people. So that is the undercurrent meaning of this story. So the next one is Arundhati Roy, sir, the god of the small things. Okay. This story is also running to and fro into the past and the present. The story narrates uh, the story narrates the setup of Kerala around the 1960s, where communism was at the rise, at the peak of power. So it was a communal, communist supporting country. Okay. Here, Amu is a matriarch. Matriarch is a person, a woman runs the family. Patriarch means for the man runs the family. So if a man is running the family, we call him as a patriarch. If a mother is running the family, we call the person as a matriarch. So Ammu is a matriarch. Actually, she is against the tradition of her family, and she got married to a person whom the family doesn't like. Maybe intercommunal marriage. The community is not okay with the marriage of Ammu, so she settles separately, and she is away from the family, and she begets two kids, the twins Esther and Rahel. Most of the incidents are narrated from Rahel's point of view. Rahel narrates the Esther is the girl and Rahel is the boy. And these two children, they met when they were young. They lived up to 7 to 8 years old, when they were 7 or 8 years old, and then they meet only when they become 31. Till then, they didn't meet. So the reason behind this, Ammu got separated from her husband, and so it is decided that Esther to be with one parent and Rahel to be with one parent, and so that is why they couldn't meet each other. Rahel lived with Ammu and Esther lived with the father, and so they couldn't meet. So in the beginning of the novel, we understand Esther is trying to. Yes, Esther is coming to meet Rahel after a number of years, and the bond between these two as twins, twin brother and sister, is part of the story. Another part of the story is about the communist rivals and the communist ideology, how it affects the normal life of the Carolites, how people are forced to follow communism, how the communists forced the common Carolites who doesn't want to be a communist to be followed. So all that are shown in bits and pieces in the novel through the flashback narration. So the story is set in 1969, actually. Okay. Because that time only we can understand. Kerala started having this communism upright set in Kerala. Sophie Mole is the cousin of Esther and Rahel. Esther and Rahel's cousin Sophie Mole. She died when she was very young. So that was the last time when Esther and Rahel met each other. After that, they got separated. We are told the story in bits and pieces. We don't know the reason behind Sophie Mole's death, but we understand the father of Sophie Mole, that is Chako. Chako is the uncle of Esther and Rahel, the father of Sophie Mole, and the brother of Ammu. Okay, so Chako is the uncle of Esther and Rahel, father of Sophie Mole, and uncle of Esther and Rahel. So we understand these Ammu and Chako are siblings. Ammu and Chako are brother and sister. This man is a little dominant who is always against the wishes of Ammu, and that is why Ammu happens to get away from him. You should know the background of Chako. Chako is a self-proclaimed communist. He is very strong communist. He was running the pickle factory. His factory was very famous. So after his withdrawal, Esther and Rahel continues running the factory. They continue running the factory, and the narration is shown in between how these two. And we had to talk about Mammachi. Mammachi is the grandmother of these, grandmother of Esther and Rahel, for mother of Ammu and Chako. Actually, she is a revolutionary in the sense. She got a reputation of the factory later. Actually, the Papachi, the husband of Mammachi, Tata Party, I mean. So Mammachi was beaten by this man, Papachi. So all this shows the domestic violence that happened during the period. And also another important character we have here, Velita. He is from a lower community called Paravan community. So this community is called as a Paravan community. Velita is liked by Ammu in the beginning, but later it was denied. Later, Ammu was attracted when she leaves Kerala and she goes for higher studies. She gets another love, and then that is how she got married and she got kids and all. But initially, she was interested in this Velita, but that was not okayed by the brother again. Okay, later, Baby Kochama. Baby Kochama is another sister of Ammu. Baby Kochama is also interested in Velita. So this relationship between Velita and Ammu, or Velita and uh, Baby Kochuma, all these show that the internal community marriage or love is not recognized. The people were very much bothered about status. All that in Kerala was beautifully narrated by Arundavira. Velita is a weak character, and he is shown towards the end of the novel. We could see that he was paralyzed. And we should know about the death of Ammu. Ammu was died, the mother of the twins, Esther and Rahel. When she was trying to cross the river, she was swimming and she was crossing the river to reach the other place. She was trapped and then she died. But people doubt that Ammu might be killed, but that's not the reason. Actually, she was accidentally killed when she was trying to cross the river. And the connection between Esther and Rahel to be told here. Rahel did not tell the death of Ammu to Esther. She like the reason behind this, Rahel thinks that Esther is part of Rahel as they are twins. Rahel never believes that Esther is another person. Rahel believes that Esther is his own personality. So he strongly believes, why should I tell about Ammu's death? Ammu's death is known to me. I know, I grieve for Ammu's death. So it should be known to Esther also. Esther also grieve without me telling. Why should I talk to myself? So I should not tell this to Esther. So this is the understanding between these two twins. So here, Ayumanen's house, that is the house where all these characters lived. So Ayumanen's house is the portrayal of Kerala, which was set in around the 1960s, how tradition and how communal things were followed in the then Kerala with the political background. And we move on to the next story. Shashi Deshpande's Small Remedies. Shashi Deshpande, she is also, no, we cannot say she is also, because Arundhati Roy is also about political writing. She also writes politics as well as feminism. But Shashi Deshpande mostly focuses on feminism. So female-centric novels she writes, and then feminism we cannot see kind of revolutionary feminism, but we can, though the feminists are very silent, the ideas are very strong. Though it appears very naive, the feminism of Shashi Deshpande appears to be naive, but they are not naive. The characters are very strong, though they don't react very strongly or vibrantly. They are very strong and bold. Their minds are very strongly built. So, Small Remedies is one such a story talking about the women. All the stories of Shashi Deshpande talk about the women-centric stories. So, how does the women see around the world? How does she face around? So, all these are the common themes. So, here the stories of two women, Leela, a trade union activist, and Savitribai Indorkar, the aging diva of the Gwalior Gharana. So these are the two characters, two main characters we see here. So Small Remedies is about the theme of a woman set on a journey of self-discovery. So they are trying to read their own life. Self-discovery is finding oneself. So if I am going to discover myself, I am trying to read my own character, my own life. So these two characters are reading their own life. So here we have a character named Madhu, who is the intermediate connecting these two characters. So she introduces these two women characters. So she is narrating the story of these two. So the ambition of Madhu is to read these two characters. So Madhu is reading the character of Leela. Madhu is reading the character of Savitribai Indorkar. So she reads their lives and she is writing them and she is narrating their story. So that is the theme behind it. There are various stages of Madhu, we can say. Madhu herself also can be read. So we understand here, Leela's story is narrated by Madhu, Savitribai Indurkar's story is narrated by Madhu, and as a narrator, we are reading the Madhu's life also. We are reading Madhu's life because Madhu is a motherless daughter. She has no mother of her own. Okay, and she was a successful daughter, and she has Savitri Boy's daughters. No, Savitri Boy daughter Munni's friend. So she has a different lifestyle without a mother, without a proper complete family setup. She has encountered many things, and she happens through her friend Munni about the struggles faced by Savitri Bai, her own mother, and so she has decided to read all that. And she is interested in reading English literature. She was influenced by Joe, and so she started reading literature, and so she thinks she can write literary pieces, and that is why she indulges in writing. So this story, Small Remedies, is the story of Leela and Savitri Bai, written by Madhu, who also encountered many problems just because she was a woman, and her journey is also described. So all the memories of the women which they come across in their life are discussed in this story. The main themes are love, courage, honesty, truth, trust. So these are the some of the themes discussed in this story. The last one is Salman Rushdie's The Moor's Last Sigh. Salman Rushdie, as you may know, who is even now a vibrant writer, who is an immigrant, uh, uh, who has the privilege of sharing multiple nationality. He was born in India. He became a Pakistani after partition. He was forcibly moved to Pakistan. After writing Midnight's Children, he was threatened for his life to run away from Pakistan. So he had to run away from Pakistan because of his works, and then because he wrote against some of the Islam religion. He was believed that his writings were against Islam. Okay, I don't know whether it was against, but it is claimed that it was against Islamic religion. So he was forcibly moved out of Pakistan and he settled in UK. Even now, recently, 2 years back, he was attacked in a meeting. He's in his 70s, and he's attacked and he lost one of his eyesight during that attack. So such a terrible strong writer who never worries, or he's not scared of anything to write about his creative pieces. So this is what you should know about Salman Rushdie. So one of the novels you have is The Moor's Last Sigh. Uh, it is about the Portuguese merchant family. It talks about a Portuguese merchant family whose rise and the fall. So their growth and then fall. The period which focuses on is 1900 to present. So, and the present in the sense around 100 years, how the particular family uh, they they had to undergo things. All that is discussed. Uh, So here we are going to know about the Muhammad. Muhammad 11 is the last Sultan. Moor is the actually Sultan, a ruler, a kind of ruler, a Portuguese merchant. The Portuguese merchant becomes the ruler of a particular place, and that is how. So how they started their dynasty or kingdom, and then how they had their downfall, how they were defeated. That is the story. So this is the historical novel we can call. So this story is set around Muhammad 11. Actually, he was the last Sultan, last Moorish Sultan uh, on the Iberian Peninsula. Later, he was defeated, and then he was killed. So, based on this incident, how the family settled in 1900. So, based on this history, the family who settled in 1900 to the present. So, their life cycle is narrated in this story. Um, I think Maurice Zogby is the nickname of Moon, and he tells the story to us and he dies. So the narrator of this story, the narrator of the Moor's Last Sigh is Maurice Zogby. Also, another term you should know is palimpsest. Palimpsest is an art piece, a kind of writing. So it is partially partially written, partially drawn, and you can get things in bits and pieces. It is not a complete thing. So it is a kind of artistic technique where you can see multiple things are layered over it. So a kind of information you get from the particular art piece, another portion of art piece you can get from another thing. So you can get a collection of it. So overall story you may not get in a single piece of art. So that is what palimpsest is. So here Salman Rushdie has used it when he's narrating the story. So it is not in a sequence, in order. So if you begin the story, it doesn't start from day one and it is not ending at the present date. Instead, it runs around in bits and pieces. So you have to connect the story and the sequences. So that is the technique he used. The technique is palimpsest. So the narrator is Maurice Ogopi, where he is connecting all the things, how the war made his defeat, the last Moor to die. And so it is told in bits and pieces. So everybody's opinions is connected and spread over, and that forms the narration to be connected by this man, Maurice Ogopi, the narrator of the story. So we can understand ancient history is merged with the current history, the modern history. And we can also see tragedy as the wars and the killing of people, and sometimes see satire used in the narration of the story, all that. The most last story is before the death of the last war, he tells the story and he dies. So the story ends after the last war dies and there is no more war to be continued. With this, I conclude my today's class. And if you have any doubt, please ask me now. PDF notes of this class. Actually, I have followed whatever is taken from your textbook. What I am showing in front of you is taken from your textbook. I have highlighted maybe so that you can follow in a better way instead of scrolling all the book, the entire book. If you want this, do you want this? This is not the notes. This would be okay. Just a minute. I'll try to show. Any other questions? Okay. Maybe I will send this to your coordinator. The coordinator may pass this to you. Is that okay? Because I cannot send it to you. Maybe I will post this to your coordinator. I will pass this to your coordinator. The coordinator will send it to you. Is that okay, Alisha? Okay. Okay. Any other questions? I am not in the group. Okay, there is a WhatsApp. Yeah, I am not in the group. So I will send it to the coordinator so that the coordinator can pass it to you. I'm not in the group, no, so I cannot send it directly to you. Any other questions? Okay, if you have no questions, I will.
Any
Okay.
tips for the examination?
I'm not audible. I mean, I don't listen to what you are saying.
Am I audible to you, ma'am?
there are no questions, I think I can leave the session. How to prepare for the exam? Okay, you have to read the summary. You have to read the textbook which is prescribed to you, and then if you are thorough with the story, the characters names, try to read the question and answer the question. If you are thorough with the story, you can answer. For example, today's class, if you know the characters names and the novels names, it is easier for you to follow and then write. So you have to write in the form of an essay. I think you have written already your UG exam, so this is not new to you. So if you are thorough with the text, you can write. And the thing is, you are in MA, so better you can write your own interpretations. It's not like what you have read you should write. You have to write your own interpretations also. That is always better. So what do you think about the characters? What do you think about the writer's opinions, themes, all that also you can incorporate and write. If possible, you can know about the other critics comments on the writer, and that also you can include and write about. Maybe you can prepare your own essays. For example, um, uh, Arundhati Roy's God of Small Things. Maybe you can write your own essays and then check whether you are okay with it. It will help you. If you couldn't write all the essays, at least a few novels you can choose and write. I think we are taking the other teachers class. Maybe if you have any more doubt, we can discuss in the next class. See you all. Thank you.
Aisha's mic is on, I believe. Can you mute it, Aisha? Now it's time for British poetry. Okay. So I hope all of you are having the textbook with you. See, whatever material that has been given to you by the DDE is self sufficient. Okay. So for each of the books, for each of the courses or papers, for all the 5 or 6 papers that have been prescribed for this semester, clear cut study material is given to you. And if you want any extra material, there is always the internet for you. Okay, so don't panic or don't think that you don't have enough notes and all. The study material, the textbook that is given to you is ample for you to, it has ample materials and it is sufficient for you to prepare for your exams. Okay. So during these classes, you just listen to what is going on in the class, and it will give you a better idea of how you can prepare for the exam and, go about with the paper. So, in the last British poetry class, we were discussing we were discussing the poetry right from the period of Shakespeare to Alexander Pope. We saw Shakespeare, John Donne, the metaphysical poetry of John Donne and Marvell, and then Milton and Dryden and Pope. Now, this entire, see, all the textbooks prescribed for you are divided into 5 units. Okay, so these 5 units will be spread across for 5 hours of your PCP classes. Okay, so in the last class we were doing unit 1. So now let us move on to unit 2. So where you are going to be introduced to romanticism, just like you had in British fiction. First we looked at the 18th century fiction, and then we moved on to 19th century, and then to the modern period, just like that. Here also, earlier we saw the poetry from the 17th century, from the beginning of the 17th century to the 18th century. Now let us move on to the 18th century poetry, or even first half of the 19th century. So this period is called Romanticism. If you have this British poetry textbook with you, come to page 34, please. Okay, please come to page 34, where we are going to read about the age of sensibility. Age of sensibility, Romanticism. Okay, so here on reading this, you will be having an idea of what this romantic period is and what led to the uh, characteristic features of this romanticism, etc. So, as we saw in the last class in British fiction, where there was a kind of revolution and how the sensibilities were getting changed and I think somebody is presenting. Very good. Good. So if you could come to page 34 on the textbook, it will be nice. Good. So here in Unit 2, we are first of all given an understanding about French Revolution. So even in British fiction, we saw that there was a gradual rise of the middle classes. Okay, how the middle class people were getting educated and intellectuality was given importance, science was given importance. Like that, here also there was a constant rise in the middle class, and particularly here we see that they have given about French Revolution. So what was the idea behind this French Revolution? It was a rebellion against the power structures. So these three things, liberty, equality and fraternity, that was the slogan of the revolution, and everywhere people were looking for equality. They were not happy with the class structure that the period consisted of, and they wanted to set up a classless society. Okay, so this influence was found not only in France but also in America, and it spread to Britain also. So the rise of the middle classes and the need for a classless society. They did not want society to be divided into upper class, upper middle class, lower middle class, like that. Okay, and the government, British government, became anxious because everywhere in the Western world, France, America and all, there was a kind of rebellion and there was a change in the policies of the government, in the discourse, political discourse in the country, and it was spreading to Britain also. So and the government, was trying to curb the press also, and the unions and all were outlawed. There was a lot of reforms being brought out. So whatever efforts that the government is putting to stop the activities of the people, you all know that writers cannot be stopped. Okay, so that is why we had Jane Eyre, written by Charlotte Bronte, and Emily Bronte writing Wuthering Heights. You can see even the domestic sphere had a kind of disturbance. Okay, and the writers were trying to impose the problems of human rights, how individuals were giving importance, and some of the writer. I told you morning also, Jane Eyre is a kind of story that has the myth of Cinderella embedded in it. So it's a kind of wish fulfillment for the authors also, in order to escape the troubles of the day. Okay, so if you can see here, page 35. Okay, so there was a kind of rebellion, unrest in the governmental setup against the feudal lines. Okay, so we could see that there was a lot of reforms coming up, and we can also see that this was an age of sensibility. Okay, where reason was given a lot of importance. They were trying to analyze social relationships, and lots of issues were raised. Now, coming to the romantic period as such, what is this romantic period? Who was these romanticists? See, a lot of attempts were made at trying to bring about a definition of this word romanticism, but not many were successful. Even Wordsworth and the other romantic writers like William Blake, Wordsworth, Coleridge, Shelley, Byron, Keats, they themselves were not satisfied with the word romantics. Okay, because it seemed that romantics means they were filled with emotions as against reason. Okay, so even they might not be happy with this word romanticism, but anyway, they are called as the romantic periods. And what are some of the central concerns of romantic poetry. Usually, romantic poetry focuses on human imagination. This is given on page 36. It focuses on human imagination as opposed to reason. Okay. So, although science was an upcoming one, science was in the trend, intellectual advancements, technological advancements were made, these people gave importance to imagination and emotions, and people were trying to question the relationship, whether they were symbiotic or parasitic. Okay, so whether one has to live in a relationship that would benefit all, or whether they have to cause harm to others while living their relationship. So nature was given undue importance. These people were also called as lake poets or nature poets, things like that. Okay, so if in general you see what this romanticism was embodying, we see that the romanticists or the romantic poets emphasized nature, and they gave importance to artistic freedom. They were not interested in following the neoclassical poets who were insisting on rules and regulations of writing poetry or things like that. Okay, they were emphasizing, or they were giving importance to emotions and artistic freedom. They were rebelling against the attempt to explain the world in terms of reason, in terms of science. They were not ready to look at the world using the lens of industrial revolution or using the lens of science. They preferred emotions over reason, and they were not emphasizing on rational thoughts. They were glorifying nature. That is why these romantic poets were called as nature poets. And stress was huge on emotions, awareness and acceptance of emotions, and artistic creativity and imagination were celebrated. Aesthetic beauty was celebrated. That is why, Keats said, truth is beauty, truth, and that is all you need to know on earth. And they celebrated loneliness, solitude. Okay, and emphasis was on exoticism and history also. Supernatural elements were brought into poetry, spirituality was brought into poetry, and the senses, the five senses, that was given importance. All these poems have vivid descriptions of senses. Okay, and use of personification, giving abstract qualities, the qualities of human beings, use of personification, and focus was on self. Autobiographical elements were there. So, all the points that are given in this book on pages 37, 38, 39, 40, etc., is giving you a general idea of what romanticism comprises of, and what these poets were insisting on. Okay, so what this French Revolution is about and how romanticism can be described, etc. Now, coming to page 42, William Blake's period, 1757 to 1827, Blake's period. Okay, so you cannot call William Blake completely as a romantic period, because he was a writer who belonged to the previous period as well as romantic period. He was a precursor of romantics, and he was a rebel also. He was a rebel. So here he has written poems on innocence and poems on experience, because he felt that life is neither completely, life has people who are neither completely good nor completely bad, neither completely pure nor completely impure. So both innocence and experience comprise life. That is what Dickens did in David Copperfield, and Tom Jones, the novel Tom Jones. Henry Fielding tried to say that only. The central characters of these novels were not completely good nor completely bad, but there was a transformation in them. So they had their periods of innocence, they had their periods of experiences. So experiences made them good. So they were a combination of both purity and impurity, goodness and badness. Okay. So Blake had written songs of innocence as well as experience, and he is a poet of the transition period. He was a precursor of the romantics. So, this innocence and experience are not abstract qualities or concepts, but they're active forces. Page 44. Okay, they're page 44. We see that innocence symbolized childhood, idealism, youthful joy, and experience. Okay, innocence means what? It is always associated with childhood, where a child is innocent. He does not know the ways of the world. He is, if at all a child is involved in doing crime, then who's the reason? Society is the reason, the parents. Okay, so childhood idealism, youthful joy and experience, whereas experience is symbolized by disillusionment, disappointment and violent energy. So that is what he is trying to do in this animal poems. Okay, so he is very fond of using the image of lamb for representing innocence, and tiger for experience. Okay, so these are images and symbols. Okay, what are these images and symbols? For example, if you are walking on the beach and feeling the waves hitting, so you will be your mind will immediately think about this, the roaring sea, the ebb and flow of water, which is given on page 45. Images. So the use of images, wide use of images by these romantic poets gave way to the imagist movement of the modernism. Modern period has something called as imagist movement, symbolist movement, etc. So the people who gave an idea for these movements to be brought are these people. Okay, people like Blake. So now, coming to the poem, The Chimney Sweeper by Blake. So, please have a reading of the poem, page 46 and 47. So, here, just like Charles Dickens, who was interested in trying to bring about the evil practice of the then society. Okay, evil practice of the then society, 18th century society, 19th century, first half of the 18th century society, where child labor was in force. We can remember that Charles Dickens was unable to forget the bad childhood that he had, where he had to work in the workhouses and where the masters used to torture the children. Like that, here we have the chimney sweeper. Little children, small children were used to be sent to the chimneys, the small hole, to clean the dirt from the chimneys, to clean the soot from the chimneys. The chimney used to be very hot, okay, but in order to clean that, the children were made use of, and in the process of cleaning the chimneys, they might even die, they might even face death. But what parents used to do is, the parents used to sell the children or send the children for the chimney sweeping job, and the torture that the children used to face, that is what is given in this poem on page 46. So, when my mother died, I was very young. See, even only orphans are being used. Orphans or the poverty stricken lower class people, okay, send their children for doing such work. So, when my mother died, I was very young, and my father told me before I could cry, sold me before I could cry. So, the selling of the child to act as chimney sweeper. So I am now forced to sweep the chimneys and the soot, the dirt. So there is little Tom Dacre. So this poem is about the story of Tom Dacre, whose head was shaved, because once you enter the chimney, your hair and all will become blackish or whitish because of the effect of the dirt in the chimney. So he cried to take up this work, especially when his head was shaved. So that curled like a lamb's back was short. So I told him, hush, Tom, never mind. For you, when your head is bare, you know that the suit cannot spoil your white hair. And then he was quiet that very night. And as Tom was sleeping, he had such a sight that thousands of sweepers, Dick, Joe, Netsy, so many children are being sold to do this job. So that is why Dick, Joe, Ned, Jack, any boy in Britain, okay, were all of them locked up in coffins of black. So as a result of these children involved in the job of sweeping the chimney, they die. They are now locked in the coffins. They have reached their graves, and at that time, angel comes there to redeem them. Okay, page 47. And an angel came there with a key, opened the coffin, and set them all free. So, meaning only death can redeem them from this position. Only death can save them from being the chimney sweeper. So, this Tom Dacker has a friend to whom he's telling about his dream, and in the dream, what is done? He is released from doing this job of chimney sweeper. He goes to heaven. So ultimately the poem ends with the boy going to heaven, or the chimney sweepers being taken by the angel to heaven, meaning do your duty without grumbling, do your work, do your duty, and God will take you to heaven. So the religious aspect. So the concept of freedom being bought here. So the poet is trying to say, or maybe sarcastically saying, that if you all do your duty, then you need not fear that any harm will come upon you. So the poet portrays children's belief in goodness and virtue. Children are innocent. They believe in what the elders say. The elders will advise them, like, do your duty and God will take care of you. That is what Blake has portrayed here. And in the Experience song, he talks about the same chimney sweeper only. See, a little black thing among the snow was crying. So a small boy is crying. Why is he black? Because of the dirt that has come upon him as a result of his cleaning the chimney. So, where are your father and mother? It said, they are both gone up to the church to pray. See the attitude of the parents. They have sold the child to the chimney sweeping agents, allowed the child to go and get died there also. They are not bothered about the child's death, but they have simply sold the children to the agents, and the rest they have given to God. Why have they sold their children? Because of their abject poverty. Okay, so they are both gone to the church to pray. It further stated that because I was happy upon the heath and smiled among the winters now. So the parents, after having sold the children to the chimney sweeping agents, feel that the children might be happy only. So they clothed me in the clothes of death and taught me to sing the notes of sadness. And because I am happy, dance and sing, they think they have done me no injury. Hence, they have gone to praise God and his priest and king who make up a heaven of our misery. So, this poem is very, very sarcastic, ironic. Okay. So, the children are not happy, they are suffering. But the parents have gone to give their offerings to the Lord. So, we see that this poem enforces the practice of the then society, child labor. Okay, so Blake is sarcastically portraying the plight of the children. Now coming to Wordsworth and Coleridge. So these are the two most important romantic periods of the period. So I am now on page 49. Okay, Life and Works of Shakespeare. You can just have a reading of that. So Shakespeare is best known for his lyrical ballads. He wrote a preface to lyrical ballads in 1798. So that marked the period of Romanticism also. So Coleridge and Wordsworth, they came to an agreement. Okay, so they started giving importance to the everyday language of men. They started giving importance to the everyday language of men, and they said that poetry is an spontaneous overflow of emotions. They were strongly against the pretentiousness of the 18th century. They were not happy with the rules and regulations imposed by the neoclassical period, especially Pope and Dryden, who were following the rules of the classicists while writing their poetry. They were following properly the meter, the form, and those poets were giving importance to the form of poetry, whereas these romanticists were strongly against those things. Okay, they said you write in simple language. Whatever poetry you are writing should be in the simple language of human beings, ordinary language of human beings. So, even the rustic people, the people coming from village background should understand. The people of the village, the rustics also should understand and enjoy the poetry written by poets. Okay, so they were interested in writing about nature. Coleridge and Wordsworth came to an agreement. Coleridge said that he will write about supernatural things. He said he will write about supernatural things, whereas Wordsworth was interested in writing about the familiar things made unfamiliar, whereas Coleridge will write about unfamiliar things in a familiar manner. Okay, so come to page 52. So on page 52, the first complete point, okay, the bullet that is given there. So Wordsworth said that poetry is emotions recollected in tranquility. What do you mean by that? Emotions recollected in tranquility. Morning, when he was walking on the moors, he sees beautiful daffodils dancing. Okay, as he was walking lonely as a cloud, he was wandering on the moors. That time he sees some 10,000 daffodils. So he sees that the sight he enjoyed was in the morning, but he goes home. As he is reclining on the sofa, as he was trying to take rest, the same scene comes to his mind. And in the morning, when he looked at the daffodils, he was filled with a kind of joy. The same joy he is able to enjoy after coming home when he is about to take rest. So, emotions recollected in tranquility. Tranquility means when at peace. So, he takes a pen and starts writing. Okay. So, he starts writing about the emotions that he felt in the morning. Okay. So, that is what is poetry. So, Wordsworth, Coleridge, and other romantic poets like Shelley, Keats, they were interested in writing about the marginal figures. Who are the marginal figures? The people who are not in the center. The people who are not in the center. For example, here we have the poem The Leech Gatherer. Resolution and Independence. The poem Resolution and Independence is also called as the Leech Gatherer. The Leech Gatherer must be above 90 years old. This poem is about an old man who's gathering leeches in the rivers and makes a livelihood by gathering leeches. Okay, so he is a marginal figure. He is not a king, he is not a knight, or he is not a person of importance in society. But this poet Wordsworth writes about a marginalized person, a person who belongs to the lowest rung in the ladder of society, a person who is in the lowest class. Okay, so these poets were interested in not writing about the glory of kings and people of importance, but they are writing about the everyday persona whom we come across in our lives. Okay, so he writes about lower class people, middle class people, and if Coleridge was interested in bringing about supernatural elements in his poetry, Wordsworth was interested in writing about the everyday people, familiarizing. He defamiliarizes the familiar incidents and people in life. Okay, so page 53, Wordsworth is drawing upon the primitivism, pleasure, and the relation of poetry to prose. Poetry also can be written in the style of prose so that it will be easy to understand for even ordinary people. Okay, so the great and simple affections of our nature and for a permanently valid language. So he says, let me not write for the educated group. Let me not make my poetry appeal only to the educated group who live in a very polite world with refined manners. But let me also talk about the ordinary and common men, and my poetry should be understandable to even the common gentry, common men, ordinary men. Okay. And let me write about nature. Nature will be the upholder and preserver of human society. We human beings can learn a lot from nature. That is what he is trying to say. So now coming to this poem, Resolution and Independence, which is also called as the Leech Gatherer. Here he talks about a very ordinary man, a very old man. That is why, he has a bent figure. So age has made him stooped down. His figure is double now because of his stooped figure. And this old leech gatherer has a lesson to teach Wordsworth. Wordsworth does not have anything to do, so he is wandering lonely on the moors, and it is there that he comes across this leech gatherer. So he asks the leech gatherer what he was doing. So the leech gatherer replies that he is collecting leeches. He will try to sell that for his living. So that is the lesson that he learns. And on page 56, the paraphrase of the poem is given, okay, on page 55 itself. So the nature is described, okay, nature is described here, and we are not given the poem, but we are only given the summary of the poem, okay. The paraphrase is given. So he says he is traveling lonely on the moor, and he sees the hare and other things racing, and he is able to hear the skylark singing, and his mind is filled with pleasant thoughts. He thinks about the poet Chatterton, who is filled with pride, and Chatterton also died because of his pride. Okay, so poets are sensitive people. That is what he's trying to tell. And it was when he is brooding upon Chatterton and other poets that he sees a man standing before him trying to collect leeches. I am now on page 56. So he says that this man was standing in such a still position that Wordsworth is not able to find out whether this man is alive or dead, or whether he was asleep. Okay, so he is as motionless as a cloud. And see, all these images and symbols are brought in, the comparisons. Poetry means it will definitely have rhymes, and then it will definitely have these images, symbols, etc. Okay, so this man is seen as motionless as a cloud, and when Wordsworth asks him what occupation he pursues, he says he's collecting leeches, and that he is trying to live a very honest life. Okay, so Wordsworth says that this man gives such a royal speech, a stately speech, okay, as if a priest was delivering a sermon. It was that holy, it was echoing as holy as that to Wordsworth when he was listening to that. Wordsworth felt everything to be like a dream, and it teaches the old man's speech teaches Wordsworth that it is best to work hard till the end of your life. That is something like you have in the chimney sweeper. Do your duty and God will do the rest. So till the end of his life, he was wandering in the Rome moors, and he was collecting leeches for his livelihood. Okay, so finally, the end of the speech of Wordsworth, the end of the speech of the leech gatherer makes him hate himself. Okay, so that is all about the poem. Now coming to Coleridge, we say that Wordsworth and Coleridge had a good friendship. 58, page 58. Okay, they together wrote lots of poems. But when Coleridge got addicted to opium drugs, Wordsworth severed his relationship from Coleridge. And Coleridge has written Kubla Khan, where you have the presence of the supernatural. So how he came to write this Kubla Khan. So, lyrical ballads was written by Wordsworth. Coleridge writes Biographia Literaria. He brought about his Biographia Literaria in 1817, where he talks about the process of poetry writing. Even Wordsworth talks about the process of poetry writing. Biographia Literaria is also about that only. So here Kubla Khan is in 54 lines, it seems. Okay, page 59 on the book. So 54 lines, and how he started writing, that process he describes here, how he came to write about this Kubla Khan. So he says he was ill at that time when he was writing this. He was ill at that time and he had to take rest in a lonely farmhouse. And at that time, he had taken some painkillers, anodynes, and it was under the influence of painkillers that he had a vision, poetic vision, a dream-like sequence as he was partially asleep and partially awake, and what appeared on his vision, that he has written. Okay, that is what this Kubla Khan is. It is about a prince called Kubla Khan who created a pleasure dome. So in Xanadu, okay, a dream place. So this Xanadu itself was inspired by a vision. It is a fountain that throws up its waters from an underground ocean and gives birth to a sacred river. Page 60, last line. Okay. So on 61, he describes how the vision of Kubla Khan's Xanadu is replaced by a damsel singing of Mount Abora. All the senses, this poem appeals to the senses, sense of hearing, sense of sight, and so on. Okay, so you please read all these points. Maybe, if you don't understand, we can have a discussion about this. So Coleridge's intention in writing this poem is, many points in this poem we will not believe because everything is written based on his dream. So as we are reading, the incidents in the poem will make us move to a position of disbelief. We'll not be able to believe certain things that are told in this poem. But what Coleridge says is willing suspension of disbelief. Okay, so we have to use our imagination to understand this poem. So we have to willingly suspend our disbelief, although we don't believe what he is telling, and we are basing our rationalistic ideas to understand this, then we'll not be able to enjoy this poem. Only when we suspend our disbelief for a moment will we be able to enjoy the poem. Okay, so that is what this poem is. It is a sequence of dream events. Okay, now coming to Shelley's poem Ode to the West Wind. Ode to the West Wind by Shelley. You all know Shelley was a rebel. He was a non-conformist. He was not conforming to the rules and regulations of society. I am now on page 64. He was an atheist and he was exiled from his place because of his atheistic ideas. So his book, The Necessity of Atheism. So this book was responsible, this pamphlet was responsible for him being expelled from the university. So he wrote this Prometheus Unbound, Defense of Poetry, etc. Now we are being introduced to odes. So what are odes? Page 65, you have an explanation of ode. Ode is an address. Ode is an address. So now we have the poem Ode to a West Wind by Shelley, where Shelley is addressing the west wind. How all this west wind is able to cause a kind of inspiration in him to write a poem. At the same time, how the west wind, the wind serves as a destroyer, how it serves as a preserver, okay, all these things. So he is addressing the west wind. So, ode is a lyrical poem actually, which moves up to some length. Okay, so one stanza itself will contains more than 8 lines or so, and it will be written in a number of stanzas. So you have different types of odes, Pindaric odes named after the Greek poet Pindar, and then you have the Cowley ode, and then Horatian ode, etc. And this West, and we are also given for study Keats's ode to a Grecian urn. Okay, so what is this west wind? So west wind is of the Horatian type. Okay, where you have uniform length and arrangement of the stanzas. So here, page 66. In the first stanza, we see that the poet is addressing the west wind. So he is referring to the wind as breath of autumn. So here we see that Shelley is calling the west wind as a destroyer. What is the wind destroying? See, if the wind is blowing in a very strong way, then it will destroy the plants and lead to the death of the plants. Okay, in that way, you can call west wind as the destroyer. And the wind is also serving as a preserver because it is responsible for the rebirth of spring. So he addresses the wind as a destroyer and preserver in the first stanza. And then he also makes a reference to Greek gods. So this is one important characteristic feature of the Romantic poets. They are very much inspired by the Greek poets, and they are very much interested in bringing about instances from Greek, or making allusions to the Greek and Roman mythology. So allusions is one important characteristic features of the Romantic poetry. Okay. So, being a rebel himself, strongly opposing the then evil practices of society, he is talking to the west wind. He feels that as a human being, he has no power or freedom, but he tells the wind that it can run freely. He also compares himself to the wind when he, as a boy, was not restricted by anybody or anything, and he used to run freely about. Okay, like the west wind. All these poets are writing to bring about reformation in society only. They also point out at the evils of the society. So, in the final stanza, he brings in the metaphor of wind as power and inspiration. And he also talks about the he makes Greek allusions. He talks about the lyre or the wind harp, and he says that music has the quality of redeeming human beings from their sufferings. See, these Romantic poets, they pay a lot of emphasis on human imagination. They are opposed to reason, and they admire beauty, truth, etc. Okay, they give a lot of importance to emotions, beauty, truth, nature, etc. So he says that to redeem human beings from their everyday sufferings, they have to resort to nature, and they have to listen to music. So even the noise that is made by the wind is music to him. The skylark is able to inspire Shelley to sing. So all these serves as inspiration to these poets. And they also glorify wind, earth, water, fire, etc. Okay. So we see that come to page 67, we see that in this poem Shelley is incorporating his own art into his meditation on beauty and natural world. So he calls it as destroyer, preserver, etc. And what are the metaphors that are given there is explained on this page. So like Shelley and Keats, the other Romantic poets also celebrated beauty and aesthetic experience. Now coming to page 68, some of the themes that define Romanticism is given: beauty, freedom, human passions, nature, creativity, imagination, etc. Okay, so all their human happiness relies on nature only, beauty only. That is what these poets try to say. Now, and these poets are all also inspired by moral optimism. Okay, so their poets appeal to the senses. Best poet who brought about his sensuousness in his poetry is Keats. Okay, Keats lived only. Keats's life was up to the age of 29, I think. Okay, so he did not enjoy longevity. He died at a very small age, young age. He died because of tuberculosis. So he too has written a number of odes. Now I'm on page 70. So he too has written a number of odes. So he was a typical representative of the Romantics, and he used his imagination for creative writings, and he had a passion for beauty, and his life was full of sufferings, and this sufferings find an echo in his poetry also. Okay, so he also writes about the transient nature of life, how life is not permanent. Beauty only is permanent, he says. Nature is permanent, beauty is permanent, nothing else on earth is permanent. So he emphasizes on the transient nature of human life. Just as how Shelley has emphasized on the transient nature of life, Keats also emphasizes on the transient nature of life, the changeability of life. Okay, so here he has written Ode on a Grecian Urn. So, what is this ode? It is an address. So, here Keats is addressing the pot, the urn. Okay, the urn is a pot. So, this urn is believed to have the remains of dead people. Okay, the Greeks believe that the remains of the dead people are there in the urn. So, this is a Grecian urn belonging to Greek, and on the urn is engraved a lot of pictures. So, some three stories are engraved on this urn, and Keats is addressing the spot only. He's talking to the pot, he's talking to the urn. That is why it is Ode on a Grecian Urn. So, page 71, we see that actually this poem consists of some 8 stanzas, I think. Okay, 5 or 8 stanzas, each of the 5 stanzas. No, sorry, it consists of 5 stanzas, and each stanza has 10 lines. Okay, so in the first stanza, Keats is addressing the urn. He calls the ancient urn as a historian. He says that the urn is a historian because the urn tells a story of the past. The urn tells us stories of the past. That is why he calls it as a historian. So the urn is pensive. Pensive means what? In a thoughtful mood, serious and thoughtful. So the urn is thinking, it has frozen time. Okay. And he calls the urn as a still unravished bride of quietness. So the urn is quiet, at the same time it tells a story. So some pictures are depicted on the urn, drawn on the urn, and these pictures tell stories about how the then society was. Okay, so the poet looks at the urn and calls it as a historian. So what are the stories that are depicted on the urn? So there is a group of men who are pursuing or chasing a group of women. So that is why he is asking in the poem, what mad pursuit, what struggle to escape, what pipes and timbrels, what wild ecstasy. Okay, so there are some musical instruments that are there in the pot, engraved on the pot. So, what mad pursuit? A young lover is trying to chase his lover. He is trying to kiss the lover, but he cannot kiss her because the urn has captured them in a static position. One thing they can be happy is that these young people, these young couple cannot turn old. Okay, they cannot turn old. Time cannot affect them. and there is also a tree engraved on the pot. That tree is full of leaves. It cannot shed its leaves. Okay, it will not become barren. It will all the time be evergreen with its leaves on it. Okay, so what pipes, what timbrels, that is what is said in the first stanza. In the second stanza, you have a young man playing a pipe. Okay, he is playing his flute, and he is lying with his lover beneath a glade of trees. So on these trees, leaves are there, and it will forever be green. So here only the most important lines of Keats's poetry comes. Heard melodies are sweet, but those unheard sweeter. So you can imagine, see, the song which you are able to hear with your physical ears are sweet only. But what is more sweeter? The songs which you hear through your imagination. So that is what Keats says when he expresses heard melodies are sweet, but those unheard are sweeter. Okay. And the poet also says that the lover should not be dejected, that the lover should not feel dejected or become sorrowful because he is not able to kiss his lover, because his lover's beauty will never fade away, because time will make people get old and time will make people lose their beauty, but this lover's beauty will never fade away. And then he looks at the trees surrounding the lovers and says that the trees will remain forever green. Okay, I am on page 72 now, the first paragraph. So forever new and forever the piper, the person who plays the flute, he will be able to produce innumerable notes of music. Okay, he will also be able to produce a lot of music from his pipe. And the fourth stanza examines another picture on the urn. So a group of villagers are there. This scene depicts a village which has been deserted by the people. So on the side of a mountain there is a village where there are no people at all. The entire village has been deserted by the people because they have all gone to a nearby temple. Okay, so that village will now forever remain empty only. There will be no people in that village because all these villages have taken a heifer, a calf to be sacrificed to the temple. Okay, now they are now on the altar of a temple where they are going to sacrifice the heifer. Okay, so now they will never be able to carry about this sacrifice. Okay, so the scene of sacrifice is depicted on the fourth stanza. And then in the fifth stanza, the final stanza, the speaker again addresses the urn. So he says, you are teaching us a lot of lesson. His poet says that the urn is a teacher who teaches a lot of lessons. It will be teaching about the past, and he also says that human life is transient. Human beings are capable of death, but the urn will never die. It is immortal. Okay, here only he brings about the most famous lines: beauty is truth, truth, beauty, that is all you need to know on earth. So there is nothing else that you need to know on earth, but the concept that beauty alone matters in the world, nothing else. So bringing about the conception of romanticism. Okay, beauty is truth, truth, beauty, that is all you need to know on earth. So this is how this poem goes. So we see that the major theme in this poem is the timelessness of art. Human beings die. See, Keats lived in the 18th century. Okay, so he has written the poem. He died when he was young itself. He wrote the poem, he died, but his poem lives. So that is the speciality of art. Art is immortal. The creator of art will also die, but art will remain same. Transient nature of life is brought out, and the timelessness of art also is brought out. Okay, so the figures on the urn have been frozen, they have been immortalized. Now come to the special feature for which Keats advocated, negative capability. I am on page 34. negative capability. So what is this negative capability? So the artistic ability, okay, it is a critical term that implies that the artist possesses the ability to lose himself in the contemplation of and self-identification with the subject. Now, what is the self-identification with the subject? The Keats tries to say that human life is full of suffering. Human life is full of suffering. Everywhere you turn, it is only sufferings, tortures, turmoils, despondency, etc., etc., etc. Okay. So, when you take resort to art, when you are involved in art, art has the capacity to make you forget the sorrows of the world. You suppose the Keats is talking to the page number is 74. 74. Keats is talking to the Nightingale, or Shelley is talking to Skylark, she is talking to Western. They forget the sorrows of the world and they are involved in contemplating about the life. See, even Wordsworth, what does he say? With the moment he sees the 10,000 daffodils, the beauty of the flowers, then he is also filled with a kind of joy. So this is what is negative capability. A man forgetting himself, forgetting the doubts that are there in him, the uncertainties, the mysteries, the sorrows of his life, and all is forgotten, and they take resort in art. Okay, so this feeling is negative capability, the ability to forget yourself and taking consolation in nature, in poetry writing, in art, etc. So that is negative capability. So with this, we finish Unit 2. Next class, we'll move on to Unit 3. Any doubts?
Ma'am, from exam point of view, what kind of questions can we expect? Will we be given an extract or an excerpt from the poem, and will we have to
No, no,
explain?
no, no, no. No, you will not be given any extracts from the poem. All that you have to do is, see, you have 5 units, right? You have 5 units, and like unit 1 is about Shakespeare. Come to page 3, okay? Take page 3, you have 5 units. So in each unit, you have one writer being given, okay? So the unit 2 is all about romanticism. So you will be asked questions like, what are the characteristic features of romanticism? Who are the important poets? And then to analyze the poems, only the poems that are prescribed for you. Okay, for example, you have Blake's Chimney Sweeper, so they will ask you to compare and contrast the two poems, the poem of innocence and poem of experience. And then resolution and independence, make a critical summary of resolution and independence. What is the lesson that resolution and independence has taught you, or what is the lesson that Wordsworth has taken from the leech gatherer, or what is the agreement that has been made between Wordsworth and Coleridge. Okay, so make a critical appreciation of Ode to the West Wind, or bring about the theme of beauty that Keats has expressed on Ode on Aggression. And this is how questions will be asked. You will never be given any passage, or you will never be asked to write any poem. You have to learn the characteristic features of each period. For example, Unit 3 will concentrate on Victorian era. Okay, what was the characteristic features of that, and how that era influenced the writings of the people of that period. That is how it will go on. I will send you, model question paper and all. If you are interested, like, we'll have a discussion on that also, as and when we are doing the lessons. Okay. So you need not panic. Nothing out of the book will be asked. Please have the book. Go through whatever is given in the book, because it is, what to say, you will be able to understand whatever is given in the book, and questions are also discussed there. Possible questions of the exams are also given there. From that perspective only you have to learn, be it fiction or poetry, whatever it is, everything is clearly given in the textbooks. Okay. Anything else? Shall we wind up?
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes. Thank you then. Thank you. Okay then. Thank you.
Am I audible to you? Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay,
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. So last class, in the previous class, we talked about preface to Shakespeare. Wait for a few minutes. So in preface to Shakespeare, we have discussed about main important concepts. One is how does Dr. Johnson evaluate how does Dr. Johnson evaluate merits and demerits of Shakespeare, where we talked about the demerits of Shakespeare as point number one, virtue sacrifice to convenience. And then in that point, we discussed that Dr. Johnson says that Shakespeare is giving primary importance to pleasing the audience, is not giving proper importance to morality. He is more careful to please than to instruct. The second point we have discussed is that carelessness about plot development, where Shakespeare plots are often loosely constructed and carelessly developed. The third fault we have discussed is that anachronism. Shakespeare has violated of chronology or his indifference to historical accuracies. I'm once again repeating the points of faults of Shakespeare. Fourth one is coarseness of dialogues. The dialogues and dictions, used by fools or jests are generally indecent and gross, and there is much licentiousness. In colloquial term, we can say that they have used the double meaning sentences. The refined characters like Hamlet and refined characters, most of the characters are from elite group. For example, prince, queens, and kings and dukes. Their language is also on par with clowns and fools. And fifth fault is that performance in tragedies was when more labor is spent. He is giving his comic elements, his comic sense. Whenever he writes comic, it is instinct. Whereas when he writes a tragedy, he has to work very hard in order to produce tragedy. After that, I talked about undue verbosity and prolixity of words, where Shakespeare has used repetitive sentences and unnecessary words. The seventh fault is that flamboyant speeches and inflated vocabulary. Flamboyant speeches and inflated vocabulary. It appears that Shakespeare's powers were natural. He performed badly whenever he endeavors to create a particular effect deliberately. So his languages are He used many vocabularies, high-sounding images, and vulgar ideas are given. In order to create a poetic loftiness, he used inflated vocabularies. The eighth fault is that praise for puns, wordplay. To create a pun in the sentences, Shakespeare could never resist a quibble, the pun words. Whatever be the occasion of the dialogue, whether the situation be amusing or tense. Shakespeare seizes the opportunity of applying a pun. Okay, he used a lot of pun. Okay, in that work. These are all the.
That's it.
These are all. Yes. Am I clear to you?
Yes, sir.
Yes, these are all the demerits of Shakespeare. After that, I talked about merits of Shakespeare, where Dr. Johnson says that Shakespeare is a poet of nature. It's a poet of nature. Actually speaking, Shakespeare has written 37 plays. So in this, after reading 37 plays, Dr. Johnson says that is just a representation of general nature. So Shakespeare faithfully portrayed the true characters. Shakespeare portrayed the true characters. That's why he is considered as the poet of nature. Shakespeare characters do not belong to the society of a particular place or time. It is universal. The characters are universal, represent every man. Okay, the characters are universal. Try to remember that. That's why after 400 years we still love Shakespeare plays, because the characters still we talk about Hamlet, Othello, King Lear, Macbeth, because the characters are universal. It is not, the characters are not belonged to any particular society. What motivates his characters to speak and act are those general principle and emotion which stir all arts. Okay, when we watch the play of Shakespeare, okay, we find the emotions. It will directly connect to our art. Directly connect to our art. So the works of other poet, a character is often individual, but here in Shakespeare, it is commonly a species. It represents a species. So that's why Shakespeare is considered the poet of nature. And at the same time, it is the characters are filled with practical axioms and domestic wisdom. Practical axioms and domestic wisdom. In the sense, the meaning is that, okay, to be or not to be or not to be. The world is a stage. We are all mere actors. Whenever we hear the quotation from Shakespeare plays, okay, these are all practical axiom and domestic wisdom. Okay, when you read the total text of Shakespeare plays, okay, we can find the spontaneity in his work. To reveal his genius through singled out passages is like describing the endurance and beauty of a house by showing a brick. In order to know how and why Shakespeare excels other writers in depicting the sentiments that are true to life. When you compare Shakespeare with other writers, we can see that, okay, Shakespeare true to life. Shakespeare projects the characters and the scenes are true to life. Okay, right? Is it clear to you?
Yes.
In Shakespeare's, the dialogues is not accidental, it is occasioned by the incident which products it. So it is not accidental. All the characters, for example, when you watch Hamlet, okay, if we can say that whether to live or not to live, whenever we have a depression in our life, or when we have some sad moments in our life, we can use these sentences whether to live or not to live. Okay, and that in at this juncture we can quote certain words from Hamlet, that is to be or not to be. Okay, whether to live or not to live. The dialogues are not accidental, it is a product. It is so realistic and lucid that one does not come to think of it as belonging to a fanciful fiction. It seems rather than the dialogue has been gleaned out of common conversation through a wise selection. Okay, wise selection. The dialogues are taken from, okay, not in common conversation, it is from wise selection. The second merits of Shakespeare is that the theme of love not overemphasized. I already informed you that, okay, in most of the works, love gives primary importance to their work. Many writers give importance to love. Love, okay, they completely give primary importance to love. But in Shakespeare plays, love is not only the passion; it is just one among them many. Okay, there are so many passions in our life. We have to we have our own ambitions, we have love in our life, we have to, okay, we have different passions. That's why in this place we have, okay, love is not only the passion, it is not give, okay, overemphasized, it is not given overemphasized. And the characterization, okay, the characterization are universal. Shakespeare characters are universal. We can easily distinguish one character from another. For example, when you read Othello, okay, so how Othello is suspicious by hearing the words from his friend Iago, and how he suspects his wife Desdemona. Okay, so each character is different. Most of the speeches are so apt that they cannot be translated from the character to whom Shakespeare has given it. Shakespeare characters are not exaggerated. Characters are universal. Characters are distinguished from each other, from one character from another character. The characters are not exaggerated. Okay, the characters are not exaggerated, they are realistic. They are realistic. We may even say he has no heroes as such in his play. So we can say that he has no heroes in his play, where we have, it is the common humanity that he depicts. He depicts the common human character in his plays. The characters act and speak in a way which appears to the reader to be what he himself would have done in a similar situation. When you watch Shakespeare plays, as an audience, when you watch Hamlet or Othello or Macbeth or As You Like It, Midsummer Night's Dream, or any other work, okay, the characters act and speak. You may think that you use the same word and same sentences, okay, in the similar situation. That's why Dr. Johnson says that the characters act and speak in a way in which appears the reader to be what he himself would have been done in a similar situation. Even when the plot requires a supernatural agency, the tone of the dialogues of various characters are lifelike and realistic. For example, supernatural agencies in witches, three witches in Macbeth, and a ghost appearance in Hamlet. Okay, whatever supernaturality is given in the play, but the characters are lifelike and realistic. That's why he says that Shakespeare approximates the remote and familiarizes the wonderful. Familiarizes the wonderful. He presents human nature not only merely as it reacts to the common situation of real life, but also as it may act in extraordinary situation. That's why the common characters, the common situation become an extraordinary situation by, okay, or showing emotion and also using the realistic life. Realistic life. The third merit is that reflection of life. Reflection of life. He has given Shakespeare plays where we meet human sentiments in human language. We can see that, okay, human sentiments in human language. His plays are informative and instructive, no matter who the reader is. The reader may be from, okay, peasants or low class people or middle class people or elite group or upper middle class, whoever it is, when you watch the play, he gives you an information and instruction to you. He is a confessor as well as a sagacious hermit. He is like a saint. Okay, he is like a saint. Shakespeare is like a saint who can draw lessons of practical wisdom. Okay, from them through the characters we can learn practical wisdom. Okay, so some of the objections are given by few critics. Some of the critics are criticized, okay, especially Dennis and Reimer. Dennis and Reimer. Am I clear to you? Am I clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. 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 So some of the critics, okay, says that especially Dennis and Reimer complained that Shakespeare Romans are not sufficiently Roman. For example, Roman plays, the Roman characters, for example, especially in the Roman characters, Shakespeare Roman characters are not actually the Roman. They criticize Dennis and Reimer. Voltaire says that his kings are not kingly in the strict sense. The kings are not king. The kings are not kings. Voltaire says that. Claudius in Hamlet is depicted as a drunkard. In reality, Shakespeare assigns a nature of prominent role and gives less room to accidental future. So Dr. Johnson says that his story or plot may demand Romans or kings, but what Shakespeare thinks about is that human element in them. Okay, everyone is human. Roman, the king may be from Roman. Okay, the king may be a drunk. He tries to project the human element in each character. That's why our Roman and kings are essentially human beings who, but what befalls all human beings may befall them too. For example, ordinary human being may have some defects. In the same way, there are some flaw in uh, Roman and other Galite characters also. An usurper and murderer like Claudius can certainly be a lover of wine. Buffoon may well be picked from among Roman senator. Okay, he says that. Okay, the objection given by Dennis and Reimer and also Voltaire, he says that Shakespeare projected, okay, the human elements in each character. After that, we are moving to how Dr. Johnson defends the mixture of tragic and comic elements. Tragic and comic elements. So I already informed you that, okay, this concept that is in Aristotle theory, when you read Aristotle theory, unity of play, unity of action, and unity of time. Okay, Aristotle has given that one day even 24 hours, and action should not be changed in one place to another place. But Johnson states this point that, okay, Johnson agrees that Shakespeare plays are neither comedies nor tragedies. He says that our life, that is the composition of a distinct kind, which show the real state of nature. Life is an ebb and flow of sorrow and happiness. Okay, our life is sorrow and happiness. Okay, we are both. We have both. Okay, sorrow, happiness, and for example, we can say that sun, moon, something like that. So we have the combination of sorrow and happiness. So our portrait of life should consist of both. So for example, when you are in sad mood, you cry. Whenever you are in happy mood, okay, you enjoy your life. You go to tour and you go to movie and you watch. You enjoy your life. So life is a mixture of sadness and happiness. So intermingling of expression of life is unexceptionable. The loss of one is the gain of another. The loss of one, you have to remember, the loss of one is gain of another. Sometimes, okay, people lost something, it may be a gain to some people. So he says that he beautifully defends that it must have been that tragedy comes arose, but it comes to our particular attention that no single Lurk or Roman author has attempted depicting both these aspects either in separate plays or in the same composition. No other writers in Roman plays or in any other plays, especially ancient writers, if they want to produce comedy means they write only comedies. If they want to write tragedy means they write only tragedies. Shakespeare's genius is proved in his power to give rise to joy and sorrow through the same play. In Hamlet is a tragic play where you can find comic elements. In As You Like It, it is a comedy where you can find some tragic elements. So he is a genius to prove that joy and sorrow through the same play. Almost all his plays are serious as well as absurd character and thus sometimes cause seriousness and sorrow and sometimes levity and laughter. So our life is full of combination of two, laughter and sorrow. So Dr. Johnson defends that since our life is combination of two, he projected the life in such a way in the place. So we have seen what wait a minute. So I already told you that. So comedy is instinct from him. It is an instinct. He is a skillful person to produce a comedy, whereas in his tragedies he has to work very hard to produce tragedies. So one of the demerits we have also mentioned that is when he writes a tragedy. So for example, his four act, he gives a beautiful explanation about each and every character, but at the end he tries to complete in an absurd manner, right? Is and then Shakespeare natural affinity for comedy. So that's why I say that Shakespeare comedy is he is a skillful in producing comedies. So we have completed preface to Shakespeare. I just try to recollect what we have discussed in the class. So what are the points we have discussed is that the merits and demerits of Shakespeare, and then defense of Shakespeare's intermingling of tragic and comedies, defense of Dr. Johnson's defense of Shakespeare by defending the three unities. I hope you have understood the concept. Right? Now, we move to preface to the lyrical ballads. Preface to the lyrical ballads. So the author name is William Wordsworth. It is published in 1850. The main ideas in preface to lyrical ballads appeared in 1798. You have to remember that. Am I clear to you?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Preface to lyrical ballads presents the Wordsworth explanation for the new type of poetry published in 1798. 1798. 1798 is the beginning of romantic age. We can say that the beginning of romantic criticism or romantic age, romantic criticism. He continued to revise the preface in the hope of gaining a larger reading audience and further recognition by other writers. He rejects previous conventional approaches to literature as emotionally barren, overlooking the connection he values between the thoughts and language of common people and the poet's ability to transmit the experience at the same accessible level. So he says he says that he doesn't want to follow the old tradition methods. He rejects the previous conventional approaches to literature, traditional methods followed by other writers. He says that he speaks of poetry as existing from the poet as one person to another person with minimal or no intermediary needed. He says that man speaking to man speaking to men. So poetry, according to Wordsworth, is that men, man speaking to men. He recognizes the same refinement. Anything considered vulgar or offensive would need revising. But otherwise, no real barriers need exist. As a romantic, Wordsworth values the humble, rustic way of country folk, people who he believes have directly experienced the truth of nature. He says that, he believes that Wordsworth values the humble, rustic language, the language used by the rustic people. So his theory of poetry, the poet is man speaking to men. Second point is that, the language is from humble, rustic people. Humble, rustic people. Their experiences can be transmitted in poetry that include the same honesty and directness that he finds in homogeneous rural setting. That's why he tries to project that the language is from a rustic man, a rustic language. Poem he creates spring from the overflow of genuine feelings. The poem, according to him, the poem is a spontaneous overflow of feeling, that emotion recollected in tranquility. This leads to reflection and simple wisdom, and then are restated in ordinary language to recreate the original emotion. So the for example, you try to remember that he visit the place with his sister. With his sister, he watches a beautiful flowers. He sees the flowers. He sees the flowers in one area. After seeing the flowers, right? Spontaneous overflow of feelings. For example, he remembers after he goes to home, he remembers how the flowers are dancing. How the flowers are dancing. Now he remembers spontaneous overflow of feelings, emotion recollected in tranquility. After that, in a tranquil mode, in a calm mode, he tries to recollect, the imageries and other things. After that, he produces a poetry in ordinary language. Prose, the preface rejects reliance on standards from the classical or Enlightenment eras, Pope and Johnson among the British poets he names, because they overlook the lives of common people who speak humble and adorned language. Wordsworth says that the poet has to use, whenever he writes a work of art, he has to use a common language used by common people. The language should not be ornamental. The language should not be ornamental. Prose and poetry. Prose and poetry. Devoting much attention to emphasizing the close connection of poetry with prose, Wordsworth shows little passion for efforts in past eras to perfect standards for either poetry or prose at the expenses of the other. For him, both share the same purpose. He says that prose and poetry are sharing the same purpose. We have to speak plainly and honestly in language reflecting the lives of living people and not close themselves off to the other form. So he says that there is no difference between prose and poetry because they share same purpose. Because you have to use you have to use the language plainly and honestly in language used by the living people, the common people. That's why we say that rustic language, ordinary language used by the common people. He does not believe in a separation of poetry and prose as two opposed approaches, but instead he states that repeatedly they come from the same origin and spirit and should be accessible at equal levels. That's why Coleridge is different from his view. Coleridge, we are going to study Biographia Literaria, where Coleridge is going to differentiate what is prose and poetry. Whereas Wordsworth says that there is no difference between prose and poetry because both share the same purpose. Because Wordsworth places little value on the factual or scientific in literature. He is far more interested in the emotions arise from the immediate experience that is later reflected upon, assimilated, and understood. That's why I say that he is going with his sister. He watches the flowers are dancing. Okay, it is reflected. There is an emotion arising from immediate experience. He sees the flowers are dancing. Later reflected upon. Okay, in his home, he sits. It is recollected, assimilated, and understood. After understanding the concepts, he writes a poem called Daffodils. Okay, Daffodils. He can see the significance of scientific inquiry and knowledge, but for speaking the truth of the life of his contemporaries, he keeps a distance between instinctive literature and applied scientific literature. Okay. For Wordsworth, this type of literature does not unite the scientists with ordinary people on a daily basis. So he says that, he argues that, okay, actually speaking, scientific inquiry and knowledge, he says that the ordinary human language is completely different from scientists, but instead keeps him isolated in a world of facts. Writing as he was in the first years of the 1800, he could not anticipate the enormous roles scientific research and experimentation has assumed since then. The preface ushers in a new world of literary sensibility and is focused ahead of that changing world. However, scientifically, it seems naive. So he is against the science. And he says that the language given by the ordinary people should be used in the work. Prose and poetry are not different. They share the same emotion. After that, he says that the role of the poet. According to the views he has expressed on language and content, the poet is a person of common people. A poet is a person of common people. So he has to use a common people language, attuned to them and sensitive to their experiences. And at the same time, the poet is someone in a special position. Wordsworth explains The poet, singing a song in which all human being joins with him, rejoice in the presence of truth as our visible friend and our hourly companion. Hourly companion. Try to remember this line. The poet singing a song, he is singing a song in which all human being joins with them. When a poet sings a song, all the human being joins with him. Rejoice in the presence of truth. They have to understand the truth as our visible friend and hourly companion. Okay. The poet is the rock of defense for human nature, an upholder and a preserver, carrying everywhere with him relation and love. Also, he says that poet binds together by passion and knowledge the vast empire of human society and overall time. So he says that the poet is like a sing when he sings a song, all human beings have to join with him, and they have to be a visible friend and hourly companion. As a new scientist of Wordsworth time forged again in chemistry and botany, so the poet represents the first and all last of all knowledge, as immortal as the art of a man. The poet will lend his divine praise to lay the transfiguration into knowledge. But for Wordsworth and others, he hoped to inspire. The role of art stands far apart from applied science of any kind. The poet remains a special person. He is not a the role of the poet, okay, is far away from applied science of any kind. He remains a special person, an individual who can take the ordinary experiences of common people and articulate those experiences coherently into felt passions and controlled emotion that touch on moral truth and rightness. That's why I say that, for example, daffodils. Okay, thousand daffodils glancing at times. There is a sentence. In this sentence, it is not possible for you to say like that. Thousand flowers are dancing. Thousand flowers are dancing. Okay. Here, after seeing the flowers, he imagined that he is a special person, an individual who can take the ordinary experience. It is an ordinary experience. For example, you are for example, you are going when you are in riding, you are seeing a pregnant woman who is a pregnant woman who is okay who is enter into an auto, and where you find that auto is free for pregnant women, and there is no amount will be asked for pregnant women. After seeing this ordinary incidents, you can create you can felt passions and control emotion that touch on moral truth and rightness. You can create a beautiful poem. That is the role of the poet. That is the role of the poet. So the role of the poet. Okay. Wordsworth definition of poetry. Wordsworth definition of poetry. William Wordsworth says that. Am I clear to you?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. William Wordsworth definition of poetry. Okay, that's why William Wordsworth says that A selected incidents and situation of common life. He selected the incident. That's why I say that. For example, daffodils or any other poem. Okay, you take any other poem. He selects the incident and situation of common life. He describes them by selection of incidents and situation of common life. He describes them by selection of language really used by men. Really used by men. That's why I say that the language, okay, the language, men speaking to men, man speaking to men. In the past, this ordinary life of the ordinary people has never been the subject of poetry. He says that ordinary people life, the ordinary life will not be taken into account in others' poetry. For the first time, he democratizes poetry and gives a universal appeal to it. People living in the modern cities are very much artificial and far away from the simplicity of nature. He says that people living in the modern cities are very much artificial and far away from simplicity of nature. They don't understand nature. Therefore, they don't express the reality of human life. They don't understand the reality of human life. They suffer from social vanity. Social vanity. Artificiality predominates in them. They are all very artificial. City people and modern cities are very artificial. But the villages are very simple and free from social vanity. Wordsworth says that in lyrical ballads, humble and rustic life has been chosen as the main theme of poetry because the essential passions of the art find a better soul in which they can attain their maturity in the humble state of life. Once again, Shakespeare reiterated that humble and rustic life has been chosen as the theme for poetry, as the theme of poetry. So, humble and rustic life, villages' life, or ordinary people's life have been taken as the theme of poetry because the essential passions of the art find a better soul in which they can attain the maturity in the humble state of life. Wordsworth comments that humble and rustic life holds simplicity, serenity, and tranquility. So, common, ordinary people's life holds simplicity, serenity, and tranquility. Calm. It is very calm. The rustic people express their feelings and emotion through simple, unelaborated, and unsophisticated way. Unsophisticated way. Their languages is more passionate, more vivid, and more emphatic. So the language used by the common people, okay, is more passionate, more vivid, beautiful, and more emphatic. We can easily, okay, identify yourself. The language of the rustics, according to William Wordsworth, is more philosophical and permanent than the language used by the city dwellers and the earlier poets. So he says that the definition of poetry he has selected incident and situation of common life. Okay, the language he used is really from common people and ordinary people. The people living in the modern cities are artificial. That's why he says that simple and rustic, humble and rustic life has been chosen as the theme of poetry because this simple and humble life, rustic life, holds simplicity, serenity, and tranquility, where you can find simple people, rustic people expresses feelings and emotion through simple, unelaborated, and unsophisticated way. They use simple languages. It is more passionate, more vivid, and emphatic. That's why he says that the language used by the rustics is more philosophical and permanent. Poetry should express common human feelings and common human feelings. That should be no restriction in the expression of the experience of the senses and sensibilities. So poetry should be taken from common human feelings. So he defines poetry as the spontaneous overflow of the powerful feeling. It is the poet's business. He says that poetry is the spontaneous overflow of the powerful feeling. When you are going to read about traditional individual talent by T.S. Eliot, T.S. Eliot is completely against Wordsworth theory of romantic criticism. Wordsworth theory of romantic age. That is spontaneous overflow of powerful feeling, emotionally recollected in tranquility. It is the poet's business to embody in their poetry the general passion of man. He says that it is a spontaneous overflow of feelings. The emotions should be represented as a poem. Wordsworth avoids the use of personification of abstract ideas and serious diction in his poem. He doesn't want to use unsophisticated and unelaborated language. The language of poetry is near to that of prose. It is more or like a prose. The incident of life, the natural objects around us, and the common feelings of men, as well as our sorrows and happiness, failures and success, should get a ready appeal in poetry without false description. Okay, he says that the incidents of life, the natural objects, our sorrows and happiness, failures and success should get a ready appeal in poetry. So, okay, he says that poetry sheds poetry sheds no tears such as angels weep, but natural and human tears. So he says that poetry sheds the tears of poetry. For example, poetry sheds no tears but natural and human tears. So it should be a natural and it should be from human tears, ordinary human tears. He says that the function of poetry is to give pleasure to readers by presenting the incident and situation of their lives in a fascinating and an unusual way with a color of imagination. He says that the function of poetry is to give pleasure to readers by taking the incidents from common life. So he agrees with Aristotle that poetry is the most philosophical of all writing. The subject of poetry is general and operative truth, which it's its own testimony. So Wordsworth says that he agrees with Aristotle's theory of poetry. That is, it is most philosophical of all writing. Wordsworth establishes a relation between man and nature in his poetry. Therefore, he opines that poetry is the image of man and nature. It is an acknowledgement of the beauty of the universe. It is a powerful media of supplying knowledge and pleasure to mankind. So he says that poetry is the image of man and nature. It is an acknowledgement of the beauty of the universe. Poetry is a powerful medium to supply the knowledge and the pleasure to mankind. Man and nature are essentially adapted to each other. So man has emotional, philosophical, moral, spiritual connection to nature. Mankind has emotion. He is connected with philosophy. He is a morally responsible. He is connected with spirituality, more or less equal to nature. The poet's business is to describe human life in its every form and to establish a relationship between man and universe. So Wordsworth says that poetry is the first and last of all knowledge. It is immortal as that of man. So Wordsworth's conception of poetry is that poetry is the spontaneous overflow of powerful feeling. Poetry as its origin, I already told you that poetry is spontaneous overflow of powerful feeling. It is the origin in the internal feelings of the poet. That's why I say that you recollect, okay, spontaneous overflow of powerful feelings. You recollect everything. After recollecting it, the emotions and feelings are produced in tranquility. When you are in calm mood, you write a poem. Poet cannot be produced by strictly adhering to the rules laid by the classicists. Classicists like great writers like Homer, Horace, Dante, and other writers have given certain rules and regulations to write poetry. He says that poetry must flow out naturally and smoothly from the soul of the poet. But it must be noted that good poetry is never an immediate expression of powerful emotion. So it is not an immediate expression. You remember, recollect. After recollecting it, you are assimilated the concept. Once you understood it, you produce the poetry. That's why he says that poetry is the spontaneous overflow of powerful feelings, right? Emotionally recollect. It is emotion recollected in tranquility. A good poet must ponder over them long and deeply. Okay, in the words of Wordsworth, poetry has its origin in emotion, recollected, and tranquility. I try to complete in 1 minute. There are 4 stages in poetry. First stage is observation. Am I clear to you?
Yes.
First stage is he has given 4 stages, how which play a very crucial role in converting an experience into pleasing composition. I already told you that. I'm just saying, okay, from William Worth. First stage is observation. I say that you just observe the incident or some object or character. Okay, it sets a powerful emotion in the mind of the poet. That's why I say that William Wordsworth visits with his sister and sees a flowers are dancing. For example, he sees the incident. The incident is he sees the flowers are dancing. Recollection. Stage 2 is recollection. Okay, he recollected that emotion in tranquility. It must be noted that at this stage, memory comes into play. So it is recollected in the memory and brings out what had been lying in the unconscious for days. It is there in unconscious for days, months, and years. A similar kind of incident triggers the poet to visit the past experience stored in an unexplored region of his mind. Okay, it triggers. Sometimes he sees another time he sees some flowers are moving here and there. He sees that. So unconsciously is stored in the mind. Okay, he recollected. Third stage is filtering. So where the poet mind is purged of non-essential element and thus make his experience communicable to all men. Now he filtered, okay, he filtered the incidents, non-essential elements. The poet is filtering everything. Okay, wow. So he is trying to remember, okay, how the flowers are dancing. Stage 4 is composition. The fourth stage is when the actual composition begins. The poet seeks to convey his emotions through print and turns in a communicator. So he writes. In the words he writes, he reads his emotions, he conveys his emotion through writing. In the words of Wordsworth, he becomes a man speaking to men. What is important to him is not just expressing his joy, but sharing with his readers. So he demonstrates, he gives one example, the solitary reapers, how the poetic process has done in his, okay, through these 4 stages. Okay, so we have covered what is the role of poet, what is the view of poetry, and who is the poet, and the 4 stages of poetry, writing poetry. Am I clear to you?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Okay. Okay, thank you. Happy learning, and happy reading. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
We will discuss other concepts tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you.
So good afternoon, everyone. I hope I'm audible. So the time by my watch is 1:03. By 1:10, I will start the class. All right. You can take a quick, do some quick eating or something, and you can come energized. We can continue our classes for American literature. Thank you, girls. Thank you, students. I actually see some new faces today. I may be wrong also. People who are joining. I see relatively new faces today. Never mind. I may be wrong also. Let me tell you something again and again. You are doing post graduation. So, in post graduation, one has to know the nuances of the subject. When I meant the nuances of the subject, certain things in depth you should be knowing. Just knowing the summary, the character sketches won't help you. All right. Maybe if you are planning to go beyond your post graduation, maybe work on some research or maybe write some research articles. In such case, you must be developing an aptitude to learn something extra, right? Because nowadays technology is there at our beck and call. But to put it very frankly, you have to surpass technology. So, officially, good afternoon for another new session in American literature. I hope I'm audible enough.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Fine. Before we plunge into today's class as such, this is our third class, and we are actually having a kind of a continuation of American drama. Last class, we were unable to complete the two plays. We will do that and we will start fiction today. Whenever you are reading generic subjects, okay, these are all certain things for your examination sake, I'm telling you. I hope the screen has come now. Yes. So, whenever you're starting generic subjects for exam preparation, the basic things you should be doing are maybe these are some tips and tricks I'm telling you for you to have a better understanding of the topic of study, especially fiction and fiction. It is also called as novel or drama. How do you go about? You should be familiar with the summary. Summary means the story outline. Next, you must be knowing the plot events. What event happens after what? Okay. Sometimes a plot might be linear, sometimes it may not be linear. Linear means beginning, middle, end. All right. This can be applied even to British drama, Shakespeare, Indian writing in English drama, or American drama, even fiction also. This can be extended that way. So when you are learning the plot events, you will be knowing when an incident is happening in the present. Yes, this is something happening in the present. Well, this incident happened in the past, and how it is having an impact in the present. Those things you should be very clear. Next, you must be knowing who are the major characters, the minor characters. All right, the major characters, in that you have someone called as the protagonist. Okay, the central character around which the story revolves. Then we have somebody who is opposing the protagonist. We have the antagonist. These are all some basic literary terms you must be familiar with. All right, for better understanding of the subject. Then you must also be knowing what are the themes of the novel or drama. Fine. You should be knowing how the theme is incorporated in the particular story. For example, if we maybe when I'm discussing today, I will also extend that idea to the thematic element of the story. Next, you must also be knowing the writer's technique. When I say drama, the mode of presentation is something very important you should be knowing in drama. Is it an absurd drama? Is it an expressionistic play? Is it a modernist play? Is it a symbolist play? Okay, is the dialogue in normal prose? Is the dialogue written in poetic verse? All right, that is we say verse drama, right? T.S. Eliot's plays are verse drama. Shakespearean plays, Elizabethan plays are all verse drama. You must be knowing these things. That is called as lexis. Then, when you say fiction, again, the technique of the novelist is something very, very important, which is often tested upon. That when we are doing fiction, I will again elaborate on it very shortly. You must also you should also know how to write a critical appreciation of a literary work. When we say critical appreciation, it's not just a summary, it is incorporating all these things, the themes, the techniques, the stylistic aspects, all those things you'll be incorporating in your answers. Fine. So keep that in mind. With that, we will start today's class. So the first play we are going to see, all along we saw 3 other plays in the previous class, and we already finished this particular play. Okay, Morning Becomes Electra, Streetcar Named Desire, Death of a Salesman. Today we will see 2 plays, then we will start fiction. Fine. So who's afraid of Virginia Woolf? When I say Edward Albee, one thing you should understand always, this man was someone who was practicing what is called as the theater of absurd in America. Whenever we say theater of the absurd, we come across some works in British theater, namely Waiting for Godot or Pinter's Birthday Party or Endgame. Okay, those plays comes to our mind immediately. But please understand something. In America, we had some playwrights, especially Edward Albee, Tom Stoppard. Those were the playwrights who happened to write absurd drama. Of course, there are also several other playwrights, but these are the prominent ones. So, Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf? Okay, it's a play written by Edward Albee. And what is the essential theme of the play? The intense exploration of marital dysfunction and complexity of human relationships. So, this is the underlying theme of the particular play. So, the play takes place in the New England College campus or home of George and Martha. They are actually university professors. All right. So, George is a history professor, whereas Martha is the daughter of the university president. President means the vice chancellor, we say in America as president. Then Nick is the young biology professor. Honey is Nick's wife. And what actually now every play in America is actually a kind of a testament to what is happening in the American society. What people experience in American society on day-to-day basis gets a direct reflection or a replication on stage. That's why American drama is still thriving. Maybe British drama, they are doing what is called as, maybe they dwell on the classics. They are very well versed in, you know, having reruns of, nowadays it's the season of re-releases here in this part of the country. I don't know about your place, but in my place some very famous movies are getting re-released, which were blockbusters when it was first released. So in British theater, you see they actually have reruns of classics, whereas American drama is still alive and kicking for the simple reason because they wanted to showcase what is contemporary, what is affecting the average American in a microcosmic level. In a macrocosmic level, they wanted to showcase on the global problems. Okay, they give articulation to global problems. You should understand that. So remember, this play is written during the 60s. I told you about the turbulent 60s, wherein there was unsettling political atmosphere, assassinations were taking place, riots were taking place, etc. So, and it was also the period of space war and Cold War. Okay, these are all the cultural context, the socio-political context of the play. The play unfolds during the late night gathering after a faculty party. The night progresses, the interactions become increasingly tense and revealing. So, what should not be heard is told. What should not be seen is shown. Maybe I don't want to give spoilers, but if you read the play, you will understand. So how marital dysfunction happens, okay, that is the underlying theme of the play. Their relationship, that is Martha and George, is marked by bitterness, resentment, and a history of shared illusions. So again, uh, as young couple, they are actually asked to beget children, and how one person, just because he or she is having some ailment, is unable to beget a child, and how that is actually used as a ruse in this particular play. That's what you should understand here. And they all think, okay, somebody who is married, having kids, having a perfect life is an ideal family. Maybe they have achieved that ideal. I told you know in the very beginning itself, the dream of idealism and those things that is there. So that happens. Okay, the name of the play is Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf. And by the way, is my slide visible? Because I have made the slide very very visible, because somebody has asked me the name of the play and it's there on the slide. If it is not seen, maybe I can try it again. Anybody? Okay. You can
It,
see the
it's
slide, right?
visible. It's visible.
Okay, okay. Maybe somebody was unable to see it. Fine, all right. You pin it actually, okay. When you pin it on your screen, it becomes visible automatically. All right. So where were we? Yes, this particular idealism versus realism. I told in the very beginning itself. It is a kind of a recurring theme which occurs in almost all American plays. I don't know why that happens, but it happens. Okay, during my research also I happened to find that. Okay, and the couple actually play some games which are actually, we play the game truth or dare, right? So when we play such games, in maybe it might be a game, but in the process of the game, what happens, some bitter dark secrets come out from the closet. So that is what happens. So the title refers to a nursery rhyme that Martha recites as a part of their game. So that is there. And one more important symbol of this can be tested as a question and examination for paragraph. The imaginary child, which uh, uh, which is named by the couple as Honey. Okay, and they are actually, just a second, one second. I'm really sorry, some emergency I have to attend to. Fine. Coming on to the topic we were studying, the couple often they undergo what is called as emotional upheavals that we can see very well, and they actually develop some kind of imaginary fears, develop some kind of imaginary notions which will actually make them crumble. That is how the play goes about. And to put it very frankly, this particular play, maybe written in the 60s, is still relevant for the simple reason because even today, someone who is unable to get a child is actually belittled in the society. Okay, through natural means, if someone is unable to get a child, or if someone is barren, they are given or they are stigmatized extremely. This was written, remember, nearly some 60 years ago, and still has its impact, unfortunately, in the society. And for that reason only, this particular play is somewhat something more relevant and contemporary. All right, you can focus the play on the notions of the critique of American dream. Of course, in what is that particular play? Arthur Miller's Death of a Salesman. It is one way of dealing with the American dream. The critique of American dream has different shades. One shade is someone who is materialistically well settled, having wealth, okay, in terms of materialistic notions. Whereas this particular play talks about or critiques the American dream, wherein the happy American family we say. Okay, maybe if you happen to read Toni Morrison's The Bluest Eye, uh, there's a particular that is again a kind of a critique for the notion of American family, happy American family. Maybe in our country also we have such fables. Okay, the father is reading the newspaper, the mother is cooking in the kitchen, the brother is playing with the puppy, the little sister is playing with the toys. They are one happy family. That's how it is given. It used to be given in our childhood textbooks. Maybe when I was a child, it was there. Nowadays, things are rewritten. The very notion of family itself is getting deconstructed nowadays. You all know that very well. Such things are there. The last play in our study would be A Raisin in the Sun by Lorraine Hansberry. Lorraine Hansberry is one of the most reputed or well-known African American women playwright. Okay, she's hailed in a very extremely great manner, in a grand manner, and she's remembered in the annals of in the great history of African American tradition because this lady's play, the Raisin in the Sun, is the first play to be showcased or performed at the Broadway. Remember, being an African American itself is a struggle, and being a woman in African American society is doubly oppression will be there. And in spite of all those things, she battled her way out, and she performed. She made her play get performed at the Broadway. The play is a very it creates an impact on its onlookers. It talks about the younger family. The younger family comprises of the mother, elderly mother, Mama Ruth. Okay, her name is Lena. She is the matriarch of the family. She has two children, a boy by name Walter. Okay, Walter is married to Ruth. They have a son called Travis. Then Mama also has another one daughter called Benita. Benita has a boyfriend called Asagai, Joseph Asagai. So these are the characters of the play. All right, it's all given in your study material. I'm just telling some bits and pieces here and there. So it talks about how the condition of African Americans are, you know, stratified in the racist society of America. And this is one such work which actually propelled the people of America in the 60s to go into what is called a civil rights movement. The play was, staged in the Broadway in 1949, and this play had such a huge impact among the young African American population, and it really opened the eyes of several African Americans as well as white Americans. And guess what? Recently, a play called Fairview by Jackie Scribbles Dury won the Pulitzer Prize. Okay, 2019, if I'm right, it won the Pulitzer Prize. The funniest thing is that the play talks about still the so-called what can we say? Still how colorblind the society, the American society is. It shows. Okay, so remember a play written some. This is 1949. This is 19. This 2019. More than 70 years, but still, America has not changed in its treatment towards African Americans. That is very very brilliantly shown actually. So coming on to this particular play, Raise It in the Sun. Okay, this talks about how a mother is desperately trying. The mother gets an insurance check of her deceased husband, and she wants to give a decent dwelling place for her children, for her family. And the hardships she finds or she struggles in making it happen. She goes and actually she wants to escape from a crumpled apartment. She wants to live in a place which is near the white neighborhood. Okay, she wanted to go to what is called as the white neighborhood, but how people actually the people from the white neighborhood, the so-called secretary from the white neighborhood, they come, they actually intimidate the family, the younger family. And what happens is the climax of the story. Are they moving towards the new house or are they staying back in the crumpled house? What happens to the check money of $10,000? Okay, 10,000 or $100,000. Wait a second. $10,000. These are all the things which actually bring out the real tough situation of the younger family. You find so much of ethical conflicts happening in this particular story. When you, the play seems to be, very very hard hitting. How each member of the family is selfish some way or the other, except the mama, the so-called mother characters. It can be if you see Ruth, she is also expecting a second child, whereas the mother, mama, she is actually feeling that her son and daughter, her grandson should be living in a house where there is garden, where there is a porch. That's what she feels. What happens here? This is what happens. This shocking thing only happens actually. Right? Yes. And Walter's, you can also see at one point in the story, Benita, the sister of Walter, wants to do medicine and she wants the money, insurance money for her study. Whereas Walter wants to do business. Instead of being a chauffeur for a white man, he wants to become a business man. And he loses some money, and what happens after that is also a very, very emotionally, ethically a dilemma thing in the story. Then through Asagai, that is Benita's boyfriend, we get to know about the African heritage and identity. Okay, especially Benita. Remember, there are three generation of women shown in this particular story. Lena, that is also something important from examination point of view. We have Lena. Lena represents the older generation of women, a woman who is senior in her age. She is a matriarch of the family. So if you look at Lena, she is actually, she has been a slave. Okay, she knows what it is to struggle, to strive, and to rise. That kind of spirit she has, indomitable spirit. Whereas if you look at Ruth, she is the second generation woman. Well, she did not struggle as much as Lena, but she too had some struggles, some difficulties in bringing up her own child, that is Travis. The third generation woman is Benita, who seems to be enjoying the luxuries of or reaping the seeds of freedom. What her mother, what her sister in law faced, she did not face it. She is living in a society which is actually empowering the black women. So this is also something important from for this particular play you should be knowing, and how society is so partial is so racially divided. Raising in the Sun, Lorraine Hansberry shows us. So these are all the 5 plays which we have in our syllabus. Now slowly we are moving towards fiction, all right. And another thing in this story, that is before we go to fiction, you should also notice the symbolism of the title. That is something very important from examination point of view. Okay, there are material for you given in your study thing. You can go through it. All right. So these are the cover pages of the fiction which you have in your syllabus. Okay, these are the things which you have in your syllabus actually. Once again, I'm very sorry, some kind of emergency. I was wanted. So, coming on to the fiction here, well, all these fiction, they are classics in American literature, to put it very frankly, and they have their own themes, ideas, or the writers chosen they are to start with. If you want to know about American literature, yes, these are the writers to go. All right, that is one liner I want to tell. So I will today I wish to do at least 5 of the fiction. I hope I will do it. To begin with, Scarlet Letter. Well, whenever we say Scarlet Letter, this is a novel which was written during the early Romantic period in American literature. And this particular novel talks about how America as a society was rooted in its theocratic notions, was rooted in its theocratic notions. That is what you can see here in this particular story. The story actually, the letter Scarlet Letter. Scarlet means red color, blood red. You see a character wearing letter A on her neck. The character is Hester Pine. She wears a red color letter on her neck. Okay. And the novel is something which maybe we can say it is a historical novel. It is something which happened really in America during the early settlements period, and how someone who's shamed, given judgment, and how people were deeply religious. Those were the things we can see very, very brilliantly and boldly our writer has written here. It talks about how Esther Payne is shamed for her adulterous behavior. That is what we see. All right, for her adulterous behavior, she's pained, she's given labels. That is what you should notice here. One important thing from examination point of view is maybe questions can be asked on the theme of adultery, or maybe they might tell you to revisit Hester Payne telling her story. Maybe on feminist lines, those can be asked and judged. All right, that is the first fiction. Next fiction we have is something which is very close to my heart personally, I would put it. Mark Twain's The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn. Okay, The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn. That is something very, very, like, it takes back one's childhood. Okay, if someone who had a wonderful childhood, doing all kinds of pranky things, this is a good to go novel, I would suggest actually. Uh, Huckleberry Finn and Tom Sawyer, I would say they are companion novels. Why they are companion novels? Because only when you read Tom Sawyer, you will get to know about Huckleberry Finn. And this story is written by Mark Twain. All right, Mark Twain had personally so many tragedies, so many conflicts, etc. Okay, that is there. But please understand something. But when you read these novels, Tom Sawyer or Huckleberry Finn, you will forget all your worries. You will start laughing, rolling. At one stage, you laugh so that you get tears. So that is what you find here. The story is something, it looks simple, but the story has a very deep meaning, I would say. It talks about maybe a young adult by name Huckleberry Finn. Okay, and remember, look at the genre here: picaresque, romance, Bildungsroman. Picaresque, why? Because it talks about the so-called adventures of Huckleberry Finn. Why Bildungsroman? Because through Huckleberry Finn, we get to see him grow, see him mature, not physically, but emotionally, psychologically, how he's growing. You could see here. What Huck tries to do is he wants to run away from his home. Of course, he does not have a proper family. He does nobody call proper family for him, but he wants to run away from his drunkard father. He pretends that he's dead. Okay, he sets things up in such a way that all these movies are there in YouTube. You can watch it and you will enjoy seriously. And he sets a trick that he's dead. He escapes from his father. When he's escaping, along with him, he takes Jim, a slave, and he makes him also escape along with him. All right, and what happens after that? Remember, the story's timeline is before the Civil War. Those were the times in Southern America. Strong racial lines were present. Okay, a black cannot befriend a white, whereas a white can bully, beat, lynch a black man. Okay, so this kind of unusual friendship was something never heard of. That is there. Another thing, when you read this particular novel, you will get to know the beauty of Mississippi River. Right? How wild, how uncontrolled is Mississippi River. All right, those things and all you will get to know. And this story actually talks about how Huck, as a boy, matures emotionally, intellectually, or I would put it actually more than that, the actions of Huck is something you should be looking up to. Okay, he's someone who is a child but has an adult way of thinking, adult way of behaving. Okay, which actually interests everyone here. That is something you should be noticing here. So that is Huckleberry Finn. So here maybe people will be looking sometimes Huckleberry Finn as a barbaric, as a savage because of the ways he does. But ultimately, no, he seems to be more sane, more civilized than the so-called slave owners. The slave owners, they ill-treat fellow human beings. They kind of harass their fellow human beings as how? As someone who is below their dignity. In a very cruel manner they treat. Whereas the way Huckleberry Finn treats Jim gives you hard-hitting humanitarian lessons here. That is what I find in this particular novel. Okay. Now coming on to the third novel, of course you may wonder I'm rushing it up. These are all I tell you in one class in 1 minute. You cannot do 2 minute noodles with these stories. Actually, I'm not doing justice at all. I know that, but still certain pointers I'm giving you so that you can appreciate these stories by your self study. All right, yes, I'm just giving you some pointers, some ideas for you to look into the story. Fine. So whenever we say Henry James, one thing you should understand, he is undoubtedly the master of, okay, or the forerunner of school of uh, stream of consciousness. Okay, if you look at Virginia Woolf or James Joyce in British literature, in American literature it is Henry James, whom you can look up to stream of consciousness or psychological realism. And the story talks about the portrait of a lady. The lady here refers to Isabel Archer. She's a very complex character. Okay, and remember, this story's timeline is towards the end of the 19th century. So you should understand one thing here. Historically, whenever we say the end of 19th century, it is the closure of Victorian age, the ushering in of modern age. You find changes happening everywhere, especially changes with reference to the status of women in society. Whenever we say change of status of women in society, well, you all know the dictum. In Victorian age, women were called as the angel in the house. Walter Patmore calls that way. So, what happens here? Here is a woman who is young, attractive, and also financially independent, who goes around England. She's a woman from America. Okay, she goes to different places, and how she's seen. Okay, how she's seen by the society, by the fellow characters, plays a vital role here. Okay, so she's an American woman, and well, I told you, this is also kind of build and Roma again. Yes, and you find here actually what you can really enjoy in this story is the writing of Henry James. Henry James is a master craftsman, I would put it. I tell you, I studied this particular novel during my PG. Maybe when I read it for my PG days, I could not understand that much because that much was my knowledge. Then now you can ask me, and we are also studying in our PG. So how will I understand? Well, get introduced to it. Maybe after my PG, at one point I felt like reading Henry James for the simple reason of his poetic explanation, poetic detailing. Okay, especially there are scenes where you find uh, description of nature and how Isabel Archer is in the background of nature. Ah, it's so brilliant. Seriously, I tell you, you feel you are going into the pages. Okay, you feel you are there in the scene. You are witnessing everything firsthand. That kind of wow feeling you will develop. All right, yes. So The novel follows the journey of Isabel Archer, a young independent American woman, as she navigates the complexities of love, wealth, personal freedom. The plot involves Isabel's choices, relationship, and the consequences of her decision. So we say, right, nowadays we have social media to document everything and anything. You like it, you put it. You hate it, you show it. Okay, you love something, you really admire it, and you want to say to the world that you love this. But remember, this is the Victorian age. The women were happily kept inside the house within the four walls of domesticity. And here is a woman who is going around the world, who is having financial independence and mobility to see the world. And how will the patriarchy perceive her? Well, that's another thing you should be noticing here. So that is an interesting thing you should be noticing in this particular story here. So far we saw three novels, okay, and all these three novels, I'll give a quick recap, are totally different. To begin with, Scarlet Letter. This is a historical work. It talks about or it grounds women on the notions of religion. All right. Next, you have Mark Twain's Huckleberry Finn. It sounds humorous, but it talks about anti race issues. In a very, very sugar coated manner, Huckleberry Finn tells how man is actually being so double standard. Okay, how he's being a very, very ruthless bully to his own fellow kind. That is what in this story you see. The third story we saw was Henry James' Portrait of a Lady. And again, I'm telling you, I'm not doing justice at all. I'm just giving you one liners, pointers for you to understand certain nitty-gritties of the stories. All right, yes, fine. The next story is another modernist classic, I would put it, Light in August by William Faulkner. Well, if you take at one side Mark Twain as a southern writer, on other side you can have maybe William Faulkner. Mind the spelling. Okay. William Faulkner is again an American southern writer. Okay, don't say South American writer, American southern writer. And I tell you what, when you read American southern writers, you find certain things kind of a drag, something like really taking your nerves so much. That's because uh, of their lifestyle, their decadent lifestyle. Okay? They had so much of indulgence, so much of pleasure, which made them really at one stage paupers, and they started longing for the missed pleasure, the fun they had in their life. As I told you in the very early classes, actually, all these, especially southern writers, they shamelessly write about their past glory. Okay, they parody their past glory, they parrot their past glory, and they really long for the glory in their contemporary times. All right, so that is what is there. Another thing about this particular story is that whenever you read Faulkner, be it Sound and the Fury or Light in August or any other works of William Faulkner, you find what is called as multiple voices. It's not just one character or one aspect of the story being touched. This is the unique style of Faulkner. Okay, you find multiple stories, maybe ideas, thought processes converge, diverge. Well, that is a kind of a difficult thing for you to understand in one reading itself. It takes time to understand the writings of Faulkner. I'll tell you very simple. In cinema, we have something called the Rochambeau technique. I don't know how many of you know that. I don't know about films from other regions. In Tamil, a movie called Virumandi came, one of my personal favorites too. You find perspectives. A tells the story, B also narrates the same story but from his point of view. So it is up to the reader or the viewer to cull out what is true. Okay, to bring out what is true. All right, that is there. That is something very important you should understand. Similarly, if you read the stories of Faulkner, you find this particular thing happening, right? Yes. So find here. This man, Joe Christmas, he's a very complex character basically. So in America, no, until even now it is happening, unfortunately. Maybe before the civil rights movement in America, racial lines were very, very strict and very strongly adhered to. You should understand here. So somebody who is not knowing his racial identity, that's it. He is having some kind of complex. He is undergoing what is called as a crisis. You can see that in Joe Christmas. All right. And another interesting element of this particular story is the Gothic element. Okay. This Gothic element is some kind of eeriness, some kind of disturbing darkness, some kind of we say Gothic, that is what? Gothic, Gothic. Okay, Gothic. Gothic literature, I hope you'll be familiar with it. Okay, where it takes place in castle, where it takes place in a very dark dungeon, or there's no light actually. Okay, so that kind of disturbing feeling, a kind of a ghastly feeling you get. Okay, it's like maybe to put it for you to understand, it's like watching Conjuring series movie during monsoon season. Already during monsoon season, it will be dark, gloomy, wet, that musty smell of the house. So clothes not getting dried, no fresh aroma coming, lifeless kind of attitude. Maybe we Indians can relate to the monsoon season. Okay, yes. The technique, okay, different perspective. I said it is actually multi-narrative threads. I mentioned in the slide also is there. Okay, multi-narrative threads. I hope I'm clear to your question. So this Gothic element is very much there. All right. Next. So the last line you see, I have clearly given what is the narrative style used here. You have stream of consciousness, okay, multiple perspective or multi-thread narrative also we say. And of course, the story is so intricately woven. At one stage, you feel a particular character is narrating the tale. Maybe A has started the narration, it is going on. But somewhere B has joined in the narration, we may not be realizing that. Only after some time we realize that is how the brilliancy of the writer rises actually. So again, these are all non-linear narratives. Some narrations start, if you read Sound and the Fury, there's a character called Benji. I don't think I'm giving what is not in this novel. Maybe for you to understand how Faulkner, as a writer, is as a creator of masterpiece. In that story, you have Quentin, the girl who is very, very volatile, who is very arrogant. Okay, Quentin. She is also a narrator in Sound and the Fury. There's also another character called Benji. Benji is a madman. He blabbers. Okay, he blabbers total nonsense. And all those nonsense are actually written in the novel. Then you have the old woman, of course, the mother. She also is there. So that kind of, confusing we will feel at one stage. We feel, we don't feel, okay, that kind of clarity will not get in the one go itself. That is something you should understand in Faulkner's writing. And another thing about Faulkner is that Faulkner actually, in a very sugar-coated manner, he talks about religion. Okay. Remember, in America, talking religion explicitly, people may not welcome it, will not take it very easily. Whereas, in a very sugar-coated manner, he gives. So, the light in August suggests hope and possibility of spiritual illumination, and the religious themes of the novel also questions what is called as the morality, the questions of identity and existence in the story. You should notice that, and that is what this story is made. It has made this story very popular. All right. Now we saw so far 4 stories. Okay, I'll just show you. We saw so far Light in August. This one. These 4 novels we saw. Next, we are going to see Ernest Hemingway's Farewell to Arms. So, before I plunge into this particular topic, I wanted to say something here. Okay. Okay, but in the syllabus it was there, so I thought I would give. I'm going by the syllabus, Aisha, not going by the material. Okay, I don't have the material. I was only given the this thing. Fine. So what I will do is the time by my clock is 57, 157. Maximum till 2:10 I will go. Then tomorrow's class I will resume the novels. All right, I will resume the novels that is there. Maybe I can finish up to Farewell to Arms today. The next class, I can see the top four. It is Grapes of Wrath, Invisible Man, Color Purple, and Toni Morrison's Beloved. Right? That would be fine, I believe. All right. So, Farewell to Arms. Ernest Hemingway, whenever we say Hemingway, is undoubtedly one of the masters of American literature, in fact, world literature. You can hail him on par with Shakespeare, Milton, Tolstoy. Okay, that is the credit of Ernest Hemingway. Okay, a man who is known for his adventure streak, a man who is known for his audacious lifestyle. He had a very, what can we say, a very adventurous lifestyle, I would say. If you read his story, stories or biography, how can a man be such adventurous? Because he had underwent so many hardships, so many struggles, so many battle, but still he is very adventurous. That is interesting about Ernest Hemingway. And he belongs to the lost generation in American literature. You should be knowing this term, lost generation in American literature. Whenever we say Farewell to Arms, the story takes place during the First World War. Very few works give authentic picture about the First World War, I tell you. Maybe one such work I would recommend you if you want to know about the First World War is uh, Farewell to Arms. Okay, I had in my UG this particular novel. This novel talks about an ambulance driver, right? And remember something, Ernest Hemingway also served during the First World War. That is also you should understand. So more of autobiographical element and less of fiction here and there. Maybe to make the novel interesting, he has spiced up with some fictional elements. Let me put it that. All right, so that is there. It talks about an ambulance driver called Frederick Henry. So the story is narrated in first person narration, that is something very important. And suddenly it switches to second person narration, wherein the author becomes more and more philosophical. Remember, when you see death right before your eyes, well, you become more philosophical. I'm not teasingly saying you, but that's the truth actually. When you feel that death is imminent, you automatically speak sense. You don't speak nonsense. You speak sense. So that is one thing here. So here you find Henry finding love, Henry finding disaster, Henry finding treachery, betrayal, everything. So who is this Henry? Actually, Henry is the fictional self of Hemingway. You should understand that. Okay, you should understand that particular hidden thing here. So it is an autobiographical work, I told you. Then at times the tone becomes philosophical or melodramatic also, but it's very authoritative also sometimes. So the time period is during the First World War, and the story takes place mostly in a Switzerland hospital and in Italy. Okay, so Switzerland hospital and Italy, you get to know about the Alps. I really enjoyed some passages in this novel wherein he talks about the Alps mountain. Okay, virtually you get transported to that particular place. That is something very interesting in the story. I always enjoy. So, fine. I had given you what is the major conflict. Well, he sees Catherine, the nurse, and he falls for her immediately. Who? Henry. Yes, and there are also some, I don't know, maybe in the process of love, Henry and Catherine, they forget one another. They have very good times ahead. But how things take a turn, okay? So how things take a turn, that is the real spoiler here. That is the real spoil game in place. When you read this play, what you get to know, that on thematic level, what you get to know, you get to know how war is something ugly. Remember during the World War times, especially during the First World War times, you would have read in even British poetry also. There was a group of writers. Okay, there was a group of writers who were actually, once again. So sorry again. So if you look at this particular story, Hemingway will be actually saying, or rather narrating, the grim realities of war in a raw fashion. It is very disturbing actually. I was telling about the writers during the First World War. One group of writers were actually focusing on war as something heroic, war as something powerful, masculine, it is something needed. Another group of writers were anti war writers. They were against war, they hated war, they called or they saw war as an act of cowardice. As an act of cowardice, they saw it, they were writing it. And they were propaganding war as something not needed for the society. This is how you find two groups of writers writing either for the war or against the war. You should understand that, right? So that is something you should understand. Next, important symbol in this particular novel you should understand. While Hemingway avoids the sort of symbol that neatly equates an object with lofty abstraction, he uses description. I told you, when you read this particular novel, you find description which has several shades of meaning. Probably when I read this novel during my undergraduation for the first time, certain things were so naive to me. Maybe I did not understand in the very one go. Maybe when I read it later, maybe for preparation of my net examination or so, I got a whole new dimension of meaning. It happens. It happens with Hemingway, unfortunately. Okay, that is something you should understand. And you should also notice here, Hemingway was hurt. He was an ambulance driver. He was hurt by a mortal shell. A shell came and made his left foot lame. The same way Henry also faces here, and you could see the agony of Henry through the writings of Hemingway here. Okay, that is there, and often the story has some natural phenomenon like rain, snow, which actually warns the audience, warns the readers that get ready, something dangerous is going to happen in the story. Some kind of bitter thing is going to you're going to face, you're going to encounter. So that is something you should understand here. All right. So this is this particular story, Farewell to Arms. Uh, the next four stories, as I told you, it's almost time. We will see in the next class. That is Grapes of Wrath, Invisible Man, Color Purple, and Beloved. Right? I believe have a wonderful day today, and tomorrow again I will meet you in the class. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah,
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes.